PC Gauteng, mic test.
Akan nanti uru ay load ano.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, members and staff. Tabila, we are quorum now.
Yes, Chairperson, we do have enough members.
We can start, ne?
We can start, Chair.
Is the MEC and the PC in the meeting?
I'm in, Chair.
Okay, thanks, MEC.
Good morning, Chair. The PC is in.
Morning, PC, thanks. Let's start our meeting. Good morning, honorable members and support staff. I welcome you to today's meeting of the committee. I also wish to extend a warm welcome to the MEC Faith Masibugo and the department's management team, and to the Gauteng Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mawela and his management team. I further welcome all our stakeholders and all the media house present. Firstly, I would like to express again our concern regarding the unfortunate incident of vigilantism which took place in Zandspruit, which resulted to the loss of lives. I trust that the matter is receiving the attention it deserves, and that the committee will be provided with a progress report on the investigation, Provincial Commissioner. The committee wanted to have today's meeting in Zandspruit. However, due to some internal processes at the legislature, we were unable to do. But we will still have our oversight visit, as the crime stats shows that there are still challenges at Honeyview. Subsequent to the official release of the 2020-21 fourth quarter crime statistics report by the Minister of Police on the 14th of May 2021, the committee invited the Gauteng Provincial Commissioner, General Mawela, to present the Gauteng picture in terms of its performance on crime. We have also invited the MEC of the Department of Community Safety, MEC Faith Masibugo, to present the department budgets for the 2021-22 financial year, and also report on the department performance on the fourth quarter of the 2020-2021 financial year. As part of our mandate to promote public participation, we have invited our stakeholders to participate in today's meeting as the committee continues with its oversight mandate over the Department of Community Safety and law enforcement agencies in the province. In brief, honorable members, that is the purpose of the meeting today, and I declare this meeting opened. Can we move to apologies? Any apologies?
And yes, Chairperson, we have a standing apology for Member Njakazane. She's on study leave. We also have an apology from Member Bosch, as well as our committee administrator, Chairperson, who are both in isolation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks. Any mover to accept the apology?
I move, Chair.
Thank you, Member Kanyile. Any seconder? I don't see any seconder, members.
Chair, this is Member Bosch. I'm not sure if I heard correctly, but I heard an apology for myself, and that was actually for the last meeting.
Okay.
Not for today. So I will also
we will correct it. Member Bosch is in a meeting, and are you seconding Member Bosch?
Yes, I will second.
Okay, thank Member Bosch. Tabilo will correct it. Can we go to the confirmation of the agenda? Members and honorable staff, the agenda is flighted. The first one was the opening and welcome. The second one is apologies, which you have done. The third one is the confirmation of the agenda. The fourth one is the adoption of the previous minutes dated Friday, the 21st of May, 2021. The fifth one is the presentation of the Gauteng SAPS fourth quarter crime statistics report for the 2020-21 financial year. The sixth one is the presentation by the Department of Community Safety. 6.1, the fourth quarter performance report for the year 2020-21 financial year. 6.2, the budget appropriation report vote 10 for the 2021-2022 financial year. The seventh one, stakeholder submissions, the eighth one, resolution, the ninth, NCOP matters, 10th one, correspondence, 11th one, other matters, and the 12th one is the date of the next meeting. I'll request one member to move for the confirmation of the agenda. Any seconder? Oh, it was done. Any mover? Any mover for the agenda?
Chair, I think that the problem you have here, there are hands that are up. I'm not sure if you can see them. Anyway, let me move.
I cannot see the member Kanyile because I'm using the phone because of the electricity. I'm in Mamelodi today, member. Whose hand is up? Who's moving, members?
What type of phone are you using, Chair?
I have moved, Chair.
Thank you, member Kanyile. Any seconder?
Member Bosch's hand is up.
Member Bosch. Member Bosch, are you seconding? Am I audible, members?
I think it's the hand
will
from the
second,
previous
Chair.
comment.
Okay,
It's Member
thanks. Member
Bosch.
Bosch.
Comrade Chair.
Yes, member Bosch, are you seconding?
Yes, seconded, Chair.
Yes, Chair. I did
Okay.
second.
Thanks, member Mama Zibuga and member Bosch. Can we move to number?
Chair, can I call just a technicality?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, member.
You know, I get this is a committee meeting, so I hear you noting the MEC as having second. I don't think that on this matter she has a right to second. I don't think she was seconding. I think she was just helping us with something. So, in the way I understood, I moved that we adopt the agenda, and member Bosch seconded.
Thank you, member Kanyile.
Chair, let me see.
MEC.
Nekibato check what type of gadget are you using, Chair?
I'm using the old one because the new one is off. I'm without electricity.
And bonga ichajanga kantwe.
The lights went off at 9 o'clock yesterday.
It must always have a power bank, Chair, so that then you are able to. Because I was going to help you in order to recognize, to check who has his or her hand is up. Participants. It will tell you who is who in the meeting and whose hand has been raised. But we acknowledge, Chair, your challenges. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for that. You'll buy me one on the 25th of August, member. Okay, can we move the agenda has been moved by Member Kanyile, seconded by Member Bosch. Can we move to number 4, adoption of the previous minutes dated the 21st of May? Members, I request the minutes to be deferred to the next meeting because the committee administrator is on a sick leave and was unable to do the minutes. Can we move to number 5, members?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Member Kanyile.
Maybe I received wrong information, but the minutes that you received, I think, are not for this meeting.
Yes, Member Kanyile, they are not for this meeting.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yes. Can we move to number 5, the presentation of the Gauteng Subs 4th quarter crime stats report for the 2020-21 financial year? Members, I'll request our Provincial Commissioner to make the presentation to us.
Yes.
Over to you, PC.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee.
Can you wait, PC? I see the hands of Member Bosch is up. Is it the previous hand or is it the new hand, Member Bosch?
I'm sorry, it's a previous hand. I will try and take it down.
Okay, thanks, Member Bosch. You can continue, Provincial Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the committee. MEC Faith Mazibuko, members of the media, stakeholders present who have joined us today, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chairperson, the invite we got is for us to give 2 presentations, the crime stats and the report on Orangey Farm. We are ready to present both if you so direct. But let me continue with my opening remarks and then we'll get a direction from you, Honorable Chairperson, whether after we have presented the crime stats, can we immediately continue with the Orangey Farms report. Myself, this morning, I will be presenting the provincial crime statistics for the 4th quarter of the financial year 2020-2021, which is January to March 2021. This comes as Police Minister released the national statistics for the same period under review exactly 2 weeks ago. It is worth noting that this is the period during which the country was under lockdown level number 3 and the adjusted level number 1 as the country continues to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Basically, the COVID-19 regulations were less stringent during this time, meaning that the life was almost back to normal. Without wasting much time, honorable members, let me go straight into the business of the day, starting with the 17 community reported serious crimes. For the period under review, the 17 community reported crimes in Gauteng decreased by 14.6%, which translates to 16,461 cases lower in comparison with the same period in 2020. The reduction was as a result of the drop in all 4 broad categories of crime, namely contact-related crime, property-related crimes, and other serious crimes. This becomes noteworthy as we, alongside other law enforcement agencies and private sector partners, continue to work together closely in our effort to balance crime prevention and combating with the enforcement of the COVID-19 disaster management lockdown regulations. We continue with this added responsibility since the first nationwide lockdown March 2020 of ensuring that we do not drop either one of the balls. Coming to the contact crime, honorable members, We will observe when the statistics get presented by my team from the Office of the Crime Registrar that we were able to decrease the overall contact crime category by 9.9%, which comes to 4,238 cases lower than the same period last year. The biggest reduction in the number of cases registered in comparison with the previous year were the common assault with 1,486 cases lower, followed by robbery with aggravated circumstances with 1,321 cases lower, and common robbery that recorded 785 cases less than the previous year. Of concern is that murder increased by 3.9%, which translates to 36 cases higher, with Johannesburg being the only district to record a reduction in the number of cases registered. In our analysis, we find that the top three contributors to the general increase in murder is arguments, misunderstanding, not related to domestic violence by 144 cases, followed by robberies, that is house, business, and street robberies by 75 cases, and vigilantism and mob justice. Vigilantism, there's no mob justice because there's no justice in that one, by 60 cases. In relation to murder at farm smallholding, we had one incident where registered 2 counts. These 2 victims were occupants or the dwellers of that particular farm. Coming to attempted murder, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, attempted murder also increased by 5.0%, which translates to 50 cases, whereas sexual offenses in general increased by 0.9%, which translates to 26 cases higher. The trio crimes, of which is the biggest headache we have in the province. Looking at our trio crimes, 2 of the crimes reported under this subcategory registered an increase, which is carjacking increased by 1.7%, and business robberies increased by 1.5%. Truck hijacking, that form part of the robbery with aggravating circumstances, indicated an increase of 62 cases, which all translates to 43.1%. Robbery of cash in transit indicated a decrease of 2 cases from 21 cases during 2020 to 19 incidents during the quarter under review. It will remain and it will forever remain a concern for us in Gauteng. The increase in sexual offenses as a subcategory was brought by an increase of 36 cases for sexual assault and rape and attempted rape, each increased by 1 case. The last offense that forms part of sexual offenses is contact sexual offenses that indicated a reduction of 15 cases. Contact-related cases, Honorable Members and Honorable Chair, that consist of arson and malicious damage to property decreased by 10.2%, translating to a decrease of 712 cases. The decrease was due to a significant reduction in a number of malicious damage to property cases registered. Property-related crimes decreased by 8,050 cases, and this is a reduction which translates to 25.9%. According to the number of case differences between the past 2 years for the quarter January to March, the biggest decrease were on burglary residential premises that decreased by 3,167 cases, which translate to 26.2% decrease. And theft out of and from motor vehicles that decreased by 34.8% with a total of 3,065 cases lower. Stock theft increased by 17.6%, which translates to 36 cases higher than the previous year. Other serious crime categories decreased by 3,461 cases, which translates to 14.6% in comparison with the previous year. The only offense in this category that indicated an increase were commercial crime that increased by 7.1%, which translates to 503 cases higher. Honorable members, you will observe that this crime category is continuously going up, this one of the commercial crime. Lastly, 31 of the murders registered during the quarter under review were related to domestic violence, where majority of the victims for change this time around, 17 were males and 14 were females. Domestic violence were also a big contributing factor in rape cases, all assault offenses, and malicious damage to property. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, honorable members, on this crime picture. Before I give over to the Office of the Provincial Registrar, Brigadier Chakalani, to continue with the synopsis, I have just outlined. I wish to take the opportunity to highlight some harsh realities that lie ahead in as far as the crime picture of the next quarter. We will recall that the first quarter of 2020-2021 was during the period when the country was under hard lockdown. During this period, we saw crime go down to unprecedented levels purely because the movement of people had been restricted. As a result, when we will be comparing the quarter one, which is April to June of this year, to the same period last year, rest assured, honorable members, it is going to look like crime has gone totally out of hand. However, this is only confirmation that crime is going back to normal, and subsequently, crime patterns are also going back to normality. The way forward on this one, honorable members, we continue to appeal for tighter collaboration with different stakeholders, where we find that some crime is really beyond the control of the SAPS. Issues such as the environmental design in relation to the population explosion in Gauteng due to obvious reason requires the involvement of key government departments at all spheres, such as the Department of Transport on the lighting of the national and provincial roads. Honorable members, they've observed the escalating incidents of road spiking, whereby vehicles they get stuck on the road and drivers and the passengers are attacked. We also call upon COCTA to look at the special design of many of the informal settlements in the province. The mushrooming of the on-consumption liquor outlets and the reckless behavior of the revelers remains a concern for us, because this is where some of the crimes categories emanate from, such as the attacks on police members when they respond to those places and the contact crimes in general. In instances where some crime happen behind closed doors, in private spaces of victims and perpetrators, police seek to tighten the relationship with communities so that we together build a citizenry that is alert, responsive, with enough confidence and trust in the police to report crime. In conclusion, honorable members and chairperson, we anticipate an uphill battle in terms of the crime picture of the coming quarter due to the impact of the risk-adjusted strategy and subsequent restriction per lockdown level. Honorable members, the interpretation of the crime picture of future quarters will need to be contextualized so that the statistics are not misconstrued as the worst performance ever by the South African Police Service. The unprecedented decrease will have an effect on future crime comparison report that must be interpreted in line with the effect of COVID-19 lockdown period. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Chairperson, I now hand over to our Provincial Crime Registrar, Brigadier Mpho Chakalani, to present the comprehensive crime picture of the fourth quarter of the 2020-2021 financial year. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for this opportunity.
Thank you, PC.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members of the committee, All protocol observed. As PC has indicated, I will be giving the presentation for fourth quarter of the financial year 2020-2021, which is the last quarter referring to January until March. The crime statistic for this quarter is already out in the public domain as it was already presented by the minister 2 weeks ago. So the focus of today, it will be on highlighting the province, the districts, and the top 40 stations that we have identified as per the crime categories. However, all other crime statistics concerning all the stations within the province or nationwide, the statistics is out there and available on the SAPS website. So the scoreboard in terms of the performance of the province for the last 3 months, the period under review, which is January up until March. As we look at the contact crime, of the 7 crimes that are reported under the category, 3 of those we have reported an increase, which is murder. We reported 36 more cases. Attempted murder, we increased by 50. Lastly, the sexual offenses reported 23 more cases. However, the category itself reported a reduction there overall of 4,238 as a category. Within this category, the last reduction there was recorded by robbery aggravating as well as common assault there within the category. Still under contact crime, but zooming in into the robbery aggravated, which is under the contact crime there. However, for this one, we'll be looking into 5 offenses, excluding robberies with firearm or robberies with other weapons other than firearm. It will be carjacking, truck carjacking, the CITs, bank robberies, house robberies, and business robbery. For this subcategory, we reported an increase with our carjacking, whereby we reported 38 more cases, truck carjacking, 62 more cases were reported, and business robbery, we reported 24 more cases. In terms of our CIT, we reduced by 2 cases. The trio crime, which is made up of carjacking, house robbery, as well as business robbery, the 3 crime, we reported an increase of 40 cases. Now, lastly, still under contact crime, the sexual offenses, which are already also counted for under contact sexual offenses there. The reported increase there are from our rapes with as well as attempted rape, whereby each crime category increasing by 1 case, sexual assault increasing by 36 cases. Moving over to our contact-related crime, this category, we reported the reduction overall of 712, mainly due to 2 offenses there having a reduction, which is arson as well as malicious damage to property. Property-related crime, overall reduction of the category by 8,050. Only our stock theft, that's where we reported an increase, 36 more cases, translating to 17.6% increase. Other serious crime, the last category of 17 committee reported, we reported a reduction for this category by 3,461 cases. However, it's only commercial crime where we have increased by 503 cases. Overall crime, referring to our 17 committee reported offense for Gauteng, we were able to reduce the overall crime by 16,461 cases as Gauteng during the 4th quarter, which translates to 14.6% reduction. Lastly, the crime dependent on police action for detection. Ideally, for this category, we would have want to have an increase as opposed to reduction of 17 community reported crime. For this category, we unfortunately recorded a reduction there of 29.8%, mainly due to the results of illegal possession of firearm, drug-related crime, as well as driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, reporting a reduction. With only sexual offenses there, whereby we reported an increase of 37.7%, 101 cases more that we have recorded. In terms of the overall comparison of Gauteng with other provinces there, as we can see in terms of the volumes that we have reduced, Gauteng reduced the highest as compared to other provinces by reducing 16,461. It was followed by Western Cape, reducing by 12.745. When we look at Gauteng comparison with other provinces in terms of the contribution towards the national figure, we have contributed for this quarter in particular 27.7 16.7% towards the national figure. This percentage is slightly being reduced as compared to the last financial year, because the last financial year we were contributing around over 28%. But as we have been monitoring during this financial year, starting from Q1, 2, and 3, that percentage is slowly reducing, because currently we are reducing to 27.7%. And when we take the average of 4 quarters, it's ranging around 27% in terms of the total contribution of Gauteng towards the national figure. Now, when you look at the performance of the Gauteng overall crime, when you look at month to month, as you can see, January and February, that's where we're still on the lockdown adjusted level 3. As you can see, the reduction there was slightly still higher as compared to March, whereby we moved to adjusted level 1. This is whereby all the restrictions were eased in terms of the activities. Obviously, the crime pattern were bound to go higher. Hence, we reduced by 694. Looking at the district performance there, all districts, the 5 districts within the province, were also able to reduce the crime, highest being Johannesburg there, with a total of 7,430. It was followed by Tshwane, reducing by 3,902, Ekurhuleni being the third, reducing by 3,169. Those are the 3 heavyweight districts within the province, whereas all other districts have reduced the crime within the province for that particular period. Now we have also listed the 17 top 40 crime, the stations that are contributing mainly towards the picture of Gauteng in terms of the volume. We consider this top 40 because this 40 station alone, they are contributing more than 50% of crime that are recorded by Gauteng. So from this top 40, 12 of those are featuring in the national list of their top 30 for the 17 community reported crime. Fortunately, this top 12 station from our top 40, they are all able to reduce the crime. As you can see, Honeydew as well as Pretoria Central, those are our top heavyweight station, because normally these 2 stations, they normally alternate the position in terms of the ranking, because mainly due to their ranking in terms of the crime that are reported. But however, when you look at their performance, the 2 stations were able to reduce their crime over the last quarter of the financial year. So when you look at the overall, the top 40 for the quarter in Gauteng, it was only Alexandra, which ranked in position 16 in the province and position 41 nationally, that have an increase of 22 cases there, 1.8% increase. All other stations of the top 40 reduced crime for quarter 4. These are the rest of the station, the last being Alberton also reducing. So this top 40 station, initially they used to contribute over 50%, but when you look at the current quarter, they are contributing to 49.6% of overall crime that are reported by the province. Also, this percentage is slowly reducing. As you can see, in terms of the percentage-wise, it might look very small, but when you look at the actual figures, the volumes are high in terms of the reduction of this top 40 for their crime that they are recording. Now the contact crime. The contact crime, the narrative is still the same as the 17 community reported, where by January and February, we still saw a reduction. However, the reduction is getting minimal as compared to March, whereby we have increased due to the lesser restriction of lockdown regulation. Unfortunately, in March, for our contact crime, we increased by 900 cases. Looking at the district themselves, all the districts reduced their contact crime, with the highest being Johannesburg, reducing by 2,338, followed by Ekurhuleni 646, West Rand by 334, 626, West Rand 344. Now we also rank the station in terms of their contribution of their contact crime. So from our top 40, 15 of those also featuring in the national list. We could say here the 50% of the national list, 15 of those are coming from Gauteng alone. So from this 15, only 2 had an increase, which is Alexandra as well as Ivory Park. Alex increasing their contact crime by 39, Ivory Park by 74. All other stations have reduced their contract from the top 15. However, from looking at the overall top 40, it was only 6 stations that indicated an increase of their contact crime from our top 40. The highest reduction being recorded by Dobsonville, and then the highest increase was Luwate with 82 counts. Those are the rest of the stations that from our top 40. The top 40 are contributing towards our contact crime figure in Gauteng, 51.8%. Now, when we look at the role that the domestic related is playing towards our crime. So when we look at January, February, March, all domestic related crime that we reported, they were slightly increasing as the month progresses, of which overall at the end of the quarter 4, we recorded 8,378 crimes that are linked to domestic violence, of which each district contributing towards number. The highest district contributing there was Johannesburg, accounting 40% of that 8,378, and the second district contributing towards that figure, it was Ekurhuleni with 24%. All 5 districts are contributing towards that number. In terms of looking at the selective crime, whereby that are linked to domestic violence, I will look at the top 3 crimes whereby domestic violence played a role. The first one is being common assault there, recording total of 3,933. So from 3,933 were linked to domestic violence from common assault, whereby majority of the victims, they were female by 3,239. The second crime whereby domestic violence played a role was assault GBH there, assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm, a total of 1,458. Still there within that crime category, majority of victims were female with 983, and the third one being malicious damage to property, recording 1,148 linked to domestic violence. Still, even with that one, females were majority, but looking into murder and rape as well. With murder, majority of victims were male, and then with rape, majority of victims were rape. With murder, there of all total counts that were recorded for murder, 31 of those were linked to domestic violence. And with rape, of all total counts of rape recorded during 4th quarter, 112 of those were linked to domestic violence. Now, looking at murder, for January, we have reduction of our murder. Unfortunately, February and March, we increase our murder. With March, the increase is slightly lower than what we had in February. Now, looking at the district, it was only Johannesburg district recording a reduction for our murder by 33. The highest increase from the 5 districts was Ekurhuleni with 54 counts. And then when you're looking into the contributors of murder in Gauteng for quarter 4, zooming into the 3 most highest contributing factors towards our murder, the first one being argument, misunderstanding. From the sample, 144 cases of our murder was as a result of argument and misunderstanding. It can range from the partner, friends, or relative, etc. And then the other second contributors towards our murder was from the robberies, from the house robberies, business robbery, as well as street robbery, accounting 75 cases that are linked to that category. And the third one, the vigilantism. This is whereby people taking the law into their own hands. 60 cases of those of murders were as a result of vigilantism. Now looking into the still under murder there, looking at the farms. There were 1 incident of murder at farms or small holdings whereby we registered one case. However, it was 2 victims, 2 counts, and both 2 victims were the occupants of the farms or the small holding. So the other problems that also we are suffering from as the province is the issues of multi victims, that in case whereby there's 1 incident but more victims. So in total, Gauteng for 4th quarter, There were a total of 84 dockets registered, however, with a total number of 175 victims. This is when we break it down, in 77 dockets, each there were 2 victims, and in 7 dockets, there were 3 victims each. In relation to the murders of police or police killing, there were 2 cases registered in that regard, whereby 1 member was off duty and 1 member was on duty. And then when you look at the place of occurrence, where exactly this incident of murder are happening, looking at the top 3, the first one being at a public place such as street, open field, recreation center, park, beach, and whereby for this category alone, we reported 498. And then the second place whereby this murder are likely to happen in Gauteng is residence of the perpetrator or the victim, reporting 250 cases in that regard. And the third place whereby these incidents were likely to happen of murder is business premises such as mall, restaurant, workplace, reporting there 30 cases of murders. We also have a top 40 of our murder there, of which from that top 40 of the province, only 3 of those are featuring in national list. Unfortunately, all 3 of them had increase of their murder there, with Ivory Park increasing by 21, Hillbrow by 7, and Kagiso by 10. From our top 40 in general, 23 indicated an increase and 17 recorded a reduction. The highest reduction was reported by Roodepoort with 12 counts and highest increase by Ivory Park with 21 counts. In terms of the contribution of this top 40 towards our figure of murder in Gauteng for 4th quarter, this top 40 station accounting 64.1% towards the total figure of murder in Gauteng for 4th quarter. The trio crime which is made of the carjacking, business robbery, and house robberies. For January and February, we still had the reduction of our trio crime. Unfortunately, in March, we started recording an increase. A total of 199 cases were reported. Looking at the district, only 2 districts from the 5 reported the reduction. The highest being Johannesburg by 299 cases less that were reported, Citibank reducing by 7 cases. Of those that reported an increase, the highest was from Tshwane by 190. The trio crime also maintain our top 40 there, contributing to a trio figure of our Gauteng, of which from the top 40, 14 of those are featuring from the national list of top 30 station of trio crime. Honeydew still there, but however, they reduced the trio crime there by 18 cases. From this 15 station there is 3 of those reporting a reduction there. In overall, for a top 40 station, 25 indicated an increase and 15 recorded the reduction, with the highest reduction there reported by Mamelodi East with 46 counts and the highest increase reported by Loate with 37 counts. In terms of the total contribution of this top 40 towards our trio figure in Gauteng for 4th quarter, this top 40 station alone account to 51.4% of our trio crime in Gauteng. The carjacking, the first crime of the trio crime, January and February we reported the reduction. However, in March we started increasing our trio crime by 134. Looking at the district, Johannesburg was the only district reporting a reduction by 140 cases. Of those that reported an increase, the highest was Tshwane with 104. The top 40 for our carjacking in Gauteng, 19 of those are featuring in the national list of top 30, of which from this 19, 5 of those reported the reduction. Overall, from the top 40, the highest reduction was reported by Bozen with 38 counts, and the highest increase was reported by Luwati with 48 counts. From this top 40, 26 of those stations reported an increase. The station also contribute to 55.8% of our Gauteng figures of carjacking during the 4th quarter. In terms of house robbery, the second crime of the trio crime, house robberies, robbery at residential premises, January we saw a reduction of these cases. However, in February and March, that's where we started reporting the cases of robbery at residential premises, whereby in February we increased by 11, 32 in March. The district that reported a reduction there, Johannesburg being the highest in terms of the reduction of number by 131, Sedibeng by 23. Of those that reported an increase, Tshwane the highest with 71 cases. The top 40 of our robberies at residential premises, the station there, 11 of those are featuring in the national list. Honeydew is still there in the list. However, it reduced the crime there of house robberies with 26 cases, 27.7%. From this 11 of the national list, 2 of those reported a reduction. However, from the top 40 there, 23 indicated an increase. 4 stabilized, meaning what they have reported currently is exactly the same of what they reported the last quarter of 2019. In terms of the increases, the highest increase was recorded by Tembisa with 19 counts, and the decreases, the highest was recorded by Douglasdale with 32 cases. Those are the rest of the station of house robberies. This top 40 station are contributing 49.6% of house robberies in Gauteng for Q4. The last category of crime under the trio crime is robberies at non-residential premises, commonly known as business robberies. For business robbery, January, we reported an increase. February, there was a reduction by 17 cases. March, we increased by 33 cases. Looking at the district, there is only 2 districts that reported an increase there of business robbery. The highest being Ekurhuleni by 51. Of those that reported the reduction, the highest was Johannesburg by 28 cases. The top 40 station of business robberies, 17 of those are featuring in the national list. Of the 17, only 2 reported the reduction, which is Johannesburg Central as well as Ivory Park. From overall top 40, 31 stations indicated an increase of business robbery, with 1 stabilizing the cases and 8 recording a reduction. Of those that reported a reduction, the highest was reported by Vanderbilt Park with 13 cases, and the highest was reported by Diepsloot with 15 cases. In terms of the top 40 contribution towards our business robbery for Q4, they are contributing 56.7% towards our provincial picture for Q4. In terms of our CIT as part of the robbery aggravating crime, in total for Q4, we reported 19 cases. These 19 cases are each coming from the station, 19 station, whereby each station reporting 1 case each. From 19 cases, 11 of those AV was on the road. In terms of that 11, in 7 of the incidents where the vehicle was attacked, suspect used explosive and bombed the vehicle to gain access to the money. The other 6 were cross pavement, whereby the static AV and merchant retail reporting each 1 case. The truck hijacking, the last category of crime under the robbery aggravating there. Unfortunately, we have seen an increase of this category for 3 months of the Q4, from January, February, and March. January, we increased by 21 cases, February, 17 cases, March, 24 cases. In terms of the district, it was only District Johannesburg were able to reduce the truck hijacking there with 6 cases. Of those districts that reported an increase, the higher increase was from Tshwane with 22 cases. The sexual offenses, we reported a reduction in January. February and March, we reported an increase, with March increasing by 160. From this category, it's made up of the rape, attempted rape, sexual assault, as well as contact sexual offense. This sexual offense is made up of those crime category. Johannesburg and Sedibeng, the 2 districts reporting a reduction from the sexual offense as a subcategory there, with Sedibeng having the highest reduction of 9 cases. Of those districts that reported an increase was West Rand with 15 cases. In terms of the sexual offenses where this crime mostly likely to occur in Gauteng, as you can see from the pie chart there, most of the incident of sexual offenses that were reported in Gauteng for Q4 were happening or took place at the residence of the perpetrator or victim. With the sample that we took, 768 cases were reported at that residence of the perpetrator of the victim. And then the second place there that is mostly likely to happen, it was public place, street, open field, etc., with a total of 352 from the sample, and other fallings from the hotel, public transport premises, etc., that made the portion of 84 cases. In terms of our top 40 contributing station of our sexual offenses for Q4, 10 of those are also featuring in the national list, of which 2 of those reported the reduction, which is Deep Slot as well as Orangey Farms. In terms of the top 40 overall, 25 indicated an increase, 1 stabilized, and 14 reported an increase. Of those that reported a reduction, Dobsonville was the highest with 25 counts, and those that reported an increase, Alexandra was highest with 31 counts. Those are the rest of the station featuring in the sexual offense. This top 40 station contributing 53.4% towards our provincial picture of sexual offense for Q4. Property-related crime, this one category that we have performed well during the Q4, as we have experienced reduction throughout the quarter from January, February, as well as March. In terms of the district performance towards this crime category, all districts were able to reduce the crime whereby Johannesburg was the highest with the total of 3,321, followed by Tshwane 2,123, and lastly, in terms of the heavyweights district, the Ekurhuleni reducing by 1,728. The top 40 station contributing towards our property-related crime for Q4, of which the 12 of those are also featuring in the national list. From this top 12 station, it's only Krugersdorp reporting an increase there by 46, translating to 13.6% increase of their property-related crime for Q4. Overall station for Q4, for top 40 for Q4, 39 stations recorded a decrease. It's just one, only Krugersdorp reporting an increase of their property-related crime for Q4. Of those that reported a reduction, Honeydew was the highest with 307. With those that had an increase was Krugersdorp, which is only one station exactly for top 40, recording an increase of 41 of 46 cases. Those are the rest of the station of the property-related crime from our top 40. This top 40 contributing 53.3% of our Gauteng figure for Q4. The stock theft is the last category that we're going to show for today. Unfortunately for this one, for 3 months of the Q4, we have seen an increase there of January, February, and March. However, from Gauteng, we don't have any station that are featuring in the national list in terms of the stock theft. So the district, all of them reported an increase with the exception of Ekurhuleni there, whereby the cases that they reported currently is exactly the cases that have reported during 2019, the same period, 28 cases. Of those stations, of those districts that reported an increase, the highest was from Tshwane with a total increase of 20 cases. Thank you, Chairperson. That was the last slide in terms of the provincial picture, how Gauteng has performed during the Q4 of the period under review. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Before I take hands, I'll request the Provincial Commissioner to present the report on the Orange Farm as it was requested, that we are going to request the report to be presented. Member Shackleton, I see your hand.
Yes, Chairperson. It might be an error, as you just mentioned, taking hands for questions on the report. However, I hear now that you've mentioned Orange Farm. Perhaps I should lower my hand then and wait for later.
Okay, thanks. Members will take that report of the Orange Farm. Then after that, I'll take hands for question based on the 2 reports which are presented. Over to you, PC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Brigadier Bender is going to take us through the Orangey Farm report. Brigadier Bender.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, MEC HOD, the Provincial Commissioner, all senior officials. Thank you for the opportunity. Honourable Chair, as the PC indicated, I will do the presentation in terms of the report required for Orange Farms and the intervention at the police station. When you look at the scope of the overview of the presentation, we will look at the purpose, the background, the crime overview in terms of the 3-year analysis for the station, interventions or actions taken, which will include the Provincial Inspectorate, the Sedibeng intervention team, successes achieved, resource interventions, and then some recommendations, and lastly, a conclusion. Chair, the purpose of the presentation is to appraise the Gauteng Portfolio Committee on Community Safety on the concerns raised by the community regarding the following 3 aspects: high levels of crime, particularly violent crimes against women and children, allegations of police inefficiency and lack of trust in the station command of Orange Farms, and the committee will further be informed on the actions as well as interventions implemented to address these concerns. In terms of the background, Chair, on the 23rd of September 2020, the ANC Youth League handed over a memorandum to SAPS demanding inter alia the following. First of all, the reopening of unresolved cases, particularly to rape, murder and gender-based violence, increase in police visibility, immediate action in dealing with reported missing persons, and then lastly, justice for the murdered children, namely babies Wanda, Simpiwe and Mpo. Then during December 2020, the South African National Civic Organization submitted a memorandum to the Office of the MEC relating to the following aspects: substandard and ineffective service at Orange Farms, insufficient resources, corruption by junior members, and lastly, members involved in local politics as well as development projects. Following the above, the Minister of Police also then held a community imbizo in Orange Farms on the 26th of March in this year. Shall we just have a look at the crime overview of Orange Farms? The first 2 slides will speak to the financial years 2018-19 compared to 2019-20, and then we look at the quarters of the current financial year. When we look at the 2019-20 financial year compared to the previous year in terms of contact crimes category, we can see there that the whole category decreased with a total of 8.3%. However, there was an increase of 1 case in murder. When you look at sexual offences, rape cases went down by 27% or 55 cases, attempted sexual offences by 12%, and then in terms of sexual assault, there was an increase of 11 cases, and contact sexual offences, there was an increase of 2 cases. In terms of our category of robbery aggravated, carjacking went down by 1%, and robbery at non-residential premises went down by 5%, while robbery at residential premises had an increase of 2 cases. Contact-related crimes category got dealing with arson and malicious damage to property. That whole category had a decrease of 6.5% or 2,043 cases. In terms of property-related crimes, once again, the category had a decrease of 5%, totaling 6,719 cases less. Other serious crimes, also the category had a decrease of 2.2%, whereas commercial crime had an increase of 462 cases or 1.6%. Crimes dependent on police action, illegal possession of firearms and ammunition had an increase of 3.3%. Drug-related crime had a decrease of 22.2%, while driving under the influence of alcohol had an increase of 15.4%, and sexual offences detected as a result of police action also had an increase of 27.5%. However, the whole category had a decrease of 8.2%. So coming to the first 2 quarters of the current financial year, a comparison is there on the screen. At quarter 1 compared to the same period the previous year in terms of contact crimes, there was a decrease of 34.1%, and similarly in quarter 2 of the financial year for contact crimes, there's also been a decrease of 16.6%. However, in quarter 2 there was an increase in robbery aggravated of 7 cases at Orange Farms. When you look at the subcategory of robbery aggravating, in terms of the carjackings, the first quarter it was a decrease of 50%. The second quarter there was an increase of 20 cases. Truck carjackings increased in the second quarter by 9 cases. House robbery increased by 2 cases, whereas in the first quarter there was a decrease of 41%, and business robbery had an increase of 2 cases, whereas in the first quarter there was a decrease of 12.5%. When you look at the sexual offences, rape decreased in both quarters, in the first quarter by 14.3% and the second quarter by 32%. crimes that increased in that category was sexual assault. In the first quarter, it increased by 1 case, and similarly in the second quarter, it also increased by 1 case. When you look at contact-related crimes, in the first quarter, we had a decrease of 24.5%. However, in the second quarter, there was an increase of 16 cases in terms of arson and malicious damage to property. Our property-related crimes, in the total of both these categories, had a decrease in the first and the second quarter. The first quarter was a decrease of 22.8%, and the second quarter had a decrease of 31.4%. Burglary at residential premises had the biggest decrease of 8.5%, and then we had an increase in terms of burglary at non-residential premises of 3 cases, theft of motor vehicle and motorcycle 2 cases, and theft out of motor vehicle 1 case. Other serious crimes, both these categories, of both quarters, the category had a decrease of 24.3% and 18.4% respectively. When you look at the 17 community reported offences for quarter 1 and 2, both these quarters indicated a decrease in the crimes. In the first quarter, it was 28.9%, and the second quarter, we had a decrease of 17.2% in total, the 17 community reported crimes. For crimes dependent on police action, in both these quarters, there was a decrease in the first quarter of 60.3% and the second quarter of 77.4%, or 401 cases. So moving to the third and the fourth quarter of the financial year, when you look at contact crimes, you can see in terms of the third quarter, there was an increase of 2 cases in the contact crimes category. And in the fourth quarter, there was a decrease of 646 cases in the same category. Although there's 3 crimes that indicated an increase, which is murder, attempted murder, and total common robbery. When you look at the subcategory for robbery aggravating, we can see in terms of carjacking, there was an increase in both the first quarter of 20 cases and the second quarter of 26 cases. Truck carjackings increased with 15 cases in the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, apology. A robbery of cash in transit increased with 3, and house robbery increased with 36, while business robberies had an increase of 51 cases in the fourth quarter. When you look at the total trio crimes for the third and the fourth quarter, in the third quarter, there was an increase of 10 cases compared to the same period the previous financial year. And in terms of the fourth quarter, there was an increase of 113 cases compared to the same period the previous financial year. Rape increased in the third quarter with 2 cases, as well as the fourth quarter it increased with 2 cases. Attempted rape had an increase of 10 cases in the fourth quarter. Moving to the contact-related crimes, arson and MI2P, in terms of the third quarter, there was an increase in 5 cases. However, in the fourth quarter, there was a decrease of 111 cases in this category. Property-related crimes, both in the third and the fourth quarter, there was a decrease. Third quarter, 38.8% less crime, and in the fourth quarter, 23.8%. Other serious crimes, there was a decrease in the majority of these crimes for both quarters. However, in the commercial crime increased in the fourth quarter with 179 crimes. The 17 community reported offences for both the third and the fourth quarter showed a decrease. In the third quarter, it was a 10.9% decrease, or 102 cases less, or counts less. And in the fourth quarter, it was 11.9%, or 3,169 counts less. Crimes dependent on police action for both the third quarter and the fourth quarter, the total category had a decrease in the fourth quarter of 25.4%. Chair, when we move on to the interventions and actions undertaken at the Orange Farms Police Station, following the submission of the memorandum by the ANC Youth League, the Provincial Inspectorate was dispatched to Orange Farms to conduct a comprehensive inspection on the following aspects to establish or verify the authenticity of the alleged irregularities. First of all, the investigation of rape, murder and gender-based violence-related cases. It was found that nearly half of these cases that was inspected during the inspection, being 106 out of a total of 203, these investigations were indeed finalized, but it was withdrawn at court by the complainant or the public prosecutor. 31 cases have been reopened at the time and 2 arrests were made, and 83 other GBV cases were perused, suspects traced, and 6 arrests were made. Coming to police visibility, at that time, then the CPF was launched on the 7th of December 2019. The EXCO meeting to draft the draft constitution and year plan was also conducted on the 19th of March 2020. At that time, the station had 26 active reservists, of which 20 had applied for permanent enlistment in SAPS. In terms of the social crime prevention aspects, there was a social crime prevention coordinator in place and projects to support school safety, drugs and substance abuse, gangsterism, as well as juvenile delinquency was in place. A Rural Safety Commission was in place and sector policing was implemented. Joint crime prevention and combating operations were conducted from both the station as well as the district, and the visible policing environment at the station was staffed at 97%. Investigation and management of missing children or persons, it was found that the complaints of missing persons and investigations thereof are properly conducted in terms of our SAPS directive, that's our National Instruction 14 of 2018. And then in terms of the babies that was murdered, that was mentioned earlier, suspects were arrested in the cases highlighted. The case numbers are there, and the offences is all murder and attempted murder, and also the victims' names was there. And then also following the Sanko memorandum, a senior officer was appointed from provincial level to investigate allegations pertaining to corruption and members involved in politics and local projects. Although the investigation revealed that no prima facie evidence supported further criminal investigation, a departmental investigation was opened against a member involved in local development projects for financial gain. So will be moved to the Sedibeng intervention team. That following the ministerial imbizo on the 26th of March, an intervention team was established with an approved project plan focusing on inter alia the following two deliverables. The first is the stabilization of the Orange Farms policing precinct, specifically relating to the following deliverables: increase police visibility to reduce priority crime, the increased quality of crime detection, inclusive of cold cases, and the restoration of community trust through stakeholder engagements. The second deliverable relates to our internal environment to restore organizational morale and productivity at the station through the conducting of an organizational climate study, as well as continued interventions and assistance through our employee health and wellness programs. The activities of the intervention team, Chair, is based on the 5-pillar approach, as highlighted in the figure below, which speaks to Pillar 1 is the intelligence gathering process. Pillar 2 speaks to proactive policing in terms of high visibility. Pillar 3 is the combat approach in terms of response. Pillar 4 is crime detection, and Pillar 5 is communication and liaison. And on the next slide, with just a short unpacking of these different pillars to give context. In terms of Pillar 1, the intelligence gathering, it's a gathering of crime intelligence in support of the prevention, combating and investigation of crime, as well as the strengthening and improvement of the informer network. Pillar 2 and 3 was collapsed for the purposes of this project. It speaks to the discouraging and reducing of all crimes in and around identified hotspot areas by providing a proactive and responsive policing service. Also, then the activities include crime prevention operations, roadblocks, vehicle checkpoints, and compliance inspections. Pillar 4, the reactive approach relating to our crime detection environment, relates to the detection and tracking of suspects, including those in cold cases, the conducting of prosecutorial-led investigations and effective case management, and lastly, then the implementation of the OCTA process should organized crime be involved. Pillar 5, the last pillar in terms of communication and liaison, relates to the strengthening of the relationship between the community as well as SAPS, rebuilding trust through awareness programs, stakeholder engagements, and the like. Chair, we're going to look at the successes achieved since the inception of the intervention team. In terms of activities relating to the CPF and rural safety, since intervention, the following activities were conducted successfully relating to community policing and the restoration of trust through stakeholder engagements. The CPF was re-established and induction was conducted on the 22nd of May this year. Community engagements were held in all 5 sectors of the police station. The dates are reflected there. From the month of February up until the end of February, being the 28th of February, the last engagement was held with Sector 5. And then also a rural safety engagement meeting was held with farmers on the 21st of May of this financial year. When looking at the successes, Chair, you will see there's a table with listing a number of priority crimes for which arrests have been made. Murder, there was 3 arrests, attempted murder 1, sexual offences 1, drugs and substance abuse had the highest number of arrests of 72, firearm-related arrests was 4, pointing of firearm 1, assault GBH 1, driving under the influence 21, undocumented persons or illegal immigrants 20 arrests were made, selling liquor without a license there were 5, common robbery 1, assault on a SAPS member 1, possession of suspected stolen goods 2, and possession of suspected stolen vehicle there was 1. So for the period from 1 April to 23rd May, a total of 134 arrests in terms of priority crimes were made. A second slide relates to other arrests in terms of resisting arrests. There was 1. The DMA regulations, there was 1. In terms of curfew of the DMA, there was 35, possession of counterfeit goods, including cigarettes, 24, perjury 1, illegal gambling 2, bribery 3, and interference with SAP's duties 1. The other arrest was made to 68, and in total arrests for the period that was mentioned was 202. And then further, Chair, during the Imbizo with the Minister, specific names were mentioned as problematic in the area, and 2 of these names or persons already arrested. The first one is Mr. Sipondelo Zuma. He was arrested and charged for robbery, assault, GBH, and theft. And Mr. Tseparom Mate was also arrested and charged for housebreaking and theft. When you look at the resource intervention at the police station, additional resources that were allocated pertaining to the vehicle fleet, an additional 10 vehicles were allocated to the station to assist in the fight against crime. A breakdown of the vehicles is the following: 5 Ford Ranger LDVs, 3 Toyota Highrider LDVs, and 2 Toyota Hilux LDVs. 5 of these vehicles that were received are still in the process to be fitted with the prescribed equipment in terms of radios, blue lights, and sirens, as well as SAPS markings. However, it needs to be noted, Chair, that these vehicles are in operation. In terms of the human resource intervention, Chair, although the station commander is ultimately accountable, the effective management of the station is incumbent on the total station management, which include the section commanders for visible policing, detective service, and support services. The Provincial Commissioner has commenced with prescribed human resource management as well as labour processes to intervene and ensure effective management of the police station. Further, in terms of the human resource intervention, the following additional members are currently performing detached duties at Orange Farms as from the 1st of April up until the 30th of June to strengthen the capacity and assist in stabilizing the precinct. The different environments where the members come from has been highlighted then. It also includes members from external stakeholders such as JMPD. In total, there's a number of 62 members additional to the station performing duties for the mentioned period. So coming to recommendations, it's recommended that the responsible departments deal with the mushrooming of informal settlements through land grabbing, and examples of these are Jovicho, Marikana, Dark City, Kamokotlong, Batswadi Batene, Fosho, and Steve Biko informal settlements. Also, the Department of Social Development to assist with the programs relating to alcohol and substance abuse, interaction with the local municipality to assist with the environmental design challenges, through addressing poor road infrastructure, addressing poor lighting in residential areas, as well as the numbering of houses. So there's also regular power outages in the Poortjie area needs to be addressed as it affects policing from the satellite station that is located in that same area. Also then the Liquor Board to review the closing times of liquor outlets, as well as the criteria when issuing the liquor permits. In conclusion, Chair, Gauteng Service Management is committed to and will continue to strive for service excellence in all of the policing precincts in an attempt to ensure that our communities are and feel safe. Thank you, Chair. That is the end of the report.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, on behalf of all law enforcement agencies in the province, I therefore submit. Thank you.
Chair, you are not audible. Chairperson.
Maybe it's a Mamelodi problem. I remember Osimalobane.
Tabile, can you check where the chairperson is and what her problems are? Maybe she got the
Yes,
same
yes,
problem
done.
that I had at the beginning of the meeting.
Sorry, okay, Chair. She's struggling, Honorable Malobane, but she's gonna join now. Are you sorted, Chair? Okay.
Due to time constraints, Chair, honorable members, let me take over chairing, and then I will immediately hand over when the chair problem has been sorted out. Is that okay, members?
Agreed, officials.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Provincial Commissioner, and thank you very much to your team for presenting the crime stats as well as presenting on the challenges that we are experiencing in Orange Farm. And I must say, PC, the Orange Farm problem has been there forever. And whenever we ask for intervention and ask for a report, it always gives a good picture that indicates that there is performance. But in reality, go down on the ground and interact with the community there and check if there is hope. There is no hope. But also visit the station. When visiting the station, there's chaos in that station. Also, the same team that you're talking about that is responsible for the coordination and management of the station are the ones that will give you stories about some of their colleagues there. So surely if there is cohesion in terms of service delivery in that area, we'll be having the problems that we have observed when we visited the area. But I'm going to allow members to ask questions on what you have presented in order for us to be focused. We'll start with the first presentation by the PC. Ask members to focus on that one, and thereafter, the last one will definitely be the Orange Farm Challenge. Members, I see Michael Shackleton. I see member Kanyile. Any other hand? Member Kanyile, I see your hand. And then there's also member Kobas. Ngoklandelana kwenu. Member Michael Shackleton, you can ask your questions, sir. And whilst asking your questions, bring down your hand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, for your indulgence. I would like to firstly recognize and appreciate the Provincial Police Commissioner and the Provincial SAPs in all situations where crime has been decreased in our beloved province of Gauteng. I also would like to state firmly that I think it should be the role of this committee to support the police, not to expose the police, but I think the police need to understand that when we ask questions, it's really about making the police perform better so they can do their work better, so that every last citizen of this province can feel safe. So I just have a few questions. When we go to police stations and also through answers to questions from the MEC and station commanders and so on, it certainly appears that the province does struggle with a lack of resources in terms of vehicles. When we go to police stations, they tell us that there are fewer officers than they did the previous year. We have established that the Gauteng Air Wing doesn't have enough helicopters and so on. I'd just like to ask, what is the relationship between this lack of resources and instances where crime has increased, and what kind of support would the Provincial Police Commissioner like from this committee so as to increase police resources in the province so we can work together to ensure that crime stats are decreased in the province? We note that murder has increased by 3.6%. Regarding vigilantism in the province, could the Provincial Police Commissioner please elaborate as to what are those contributory factors? I'd like to ask specifically, is police perceived to be being non-responsive and not accountable to communities where vigilantism has arisen? Is that a factor? And if that is the case, then I think this committee has to urgently intervene and hold those people accountable and work with the Provincial Police Commissioner to ensure perhaps that disciplinary action is taken against station commanders in such instances. I don't know if anyone on the meeting has the stats available, but I'd be curious to find out around which police stations that vigilantism has occurred other than Hanyi-Ju, and if it is in relation to communities not feeling catered for by the local police. We noticed that business robberies have increased. I'd like to ask if it is known what are the reasons for the increase in business robberies by over 11% in Ekurhuleni specifically. And then I'm almost done, Chairperson. What has contributed to the increase in stock theft? And lastly, just to note that it appeared from at least 2 slides that Loate has the highest increase in more than one type of crime. And perhaps that should be a focus point of this committee to go and visit them during the course of this year as well, to find out what is going on there and why, in fact, they've experienced the highest increase in more than one category of crime. Thank you so much for your indulgence.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Secretary. I'll then allow Member Kanyile to please speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me just start by saying that one of the things that has always been an issue raised and which I still want us to have a discussion on is the categorization of the crimes reported and the understanding thereof. Because there's a category that is about community reported crimes, and by its nature, it assumes that it's only those that are reported, those that are not reported would not be recorded. And at some stage, there is a need for us to have an engagement about that. I'm not saying today, but I'm saying at some stage, similar to the other category that has to do with those crimes that are reported as a result of police action. By their nature, an assumption is that if there is an increase in those numbers, it implies that there's an extensive work done by police. But it could also be argued that no, it means there's an increase of crime in the province. I'm imagining what would happen if the police went on their raids, the roadblocks and that, and found no one, and those numbers would have decreased. Would that be an interpretation that the police haven't been working? So it won't be, because they've worked. So it's something that we might want to have a discussion on at some stage. Now, Chair, on the presentation that has been made today, I see the comparison to the similar quotas in the previous year, which is welcomed. I think it made more sense to me, and I'm trying to check what the PC's result is going to be. Remember, this is the fourth quarter. As fourth quarter, it means it's the last part of the year. So we've received these quarterly reports on a number of occasions, especially from this current financial year. Would it be correct for me to assume that if I were to make analysis of all quarter, that will give me the picture of the annual outcome, what we must expect when the annual crime stats are released? Or remember, one of the reasons why there was a delay with crime stats is that it was said that they must still be audited and all that. So what are the implications on the quarterly stats with audit? The next issue I want to raise, Chair, is that as you see, the problem when figures are presented without context, they normally mislead or mean nothing. Now, one of the questions that maybe that will help us moving forward, it might not be done now, it can be done as we move forward. There's a need for us maybe to also get a sense that what is the correlation or comparison of these crime stats with the population. You'll know that the population of Gauteng is increasing according to other reports, and we seem to be hearing this story that crime stats reflects an increase as well. Is there a correlation between the two? It could be that, as I think it was Mel Chakalane reported, that maybe if you go to the online stats, you might find that. But I'm saying it would have helped if the PC in these quarterly reports also just give us a sense of that. And to that is that we are under the impression that the police always have their targets that they set either for the year or for the quarter. It would have helped us if they came to us and said, in this quarter, our projections or targets was this, but this is what we have found, or was the improvement or less. In that way, it will help us to identify what then could have been the problems. And it leads to the question that member Shackleton has raised, because unless we understand what is the impact or causes of crime, it's going to be very difficult for us to interpret the statistics. We'll just argue that there's an increase, it means police are not working. There's a decrease, it means police are working or the community is now behaving. But if you don't understand those underlying things, it's a problem. Maybe it's a challenge that, Chair, we can put to the Gauteng Department of Community Safety to assist us with that, so that when the SAPS put their report, there's also that aspect as well. But I don't know, it's something that you can discuss even in the future, depending on the response. Then, Chair, I just want to find out also on the following last three issues. The PC has referred to the role of the private sector partners in this, and I think if they contribute positively, it must be welcomed. But I know that there were discussions around the legislation applicable to the private companies. And I think we need as a committee to go back to that discussion so that we can be able to see how we can assist in and strengthening this aspect that the PC is raising, that as partners, they've been able to assist in the fight against crime. The last but one issue, Chair, is that the PC in this report also indicated the problems they have as they fight crime. Amongst issues, I think he referred to illegal trade, but also there's all these things about illegality that is happening in Gauteng. And I'm talking here about illegal immigration activities. So I think as a committee, our challenge is to understand that aspect and then be able to then what could be the coordinated approach to deal with. Because unless we do that, there was one of our members previously, Member Madlala, who once said the problem would be like you've got a tap opened, the water is flowing, but you are busy wiping the floor and think that it will be dry when you are not stopping the tap. And it's something that you might want to look at, Chair. Last comment, and just an advice to the PC that maybe he must also, because you know, particularly some of the members of the public and sometimes some media people might misinterpret your expression of your use of some words. I heard you saying that you expect that when the next report comes and you compare the crime stats of the previous quarter and now, you might find that our crimes go back to normal. I think you wanted to say we are going to go to the usual figures, which are really unacceptable, is an unacceptable trend. So just that it's not really a normality. You can obviously, I don't think you meant that you accept as crime as it happens as a normal situation, but also that when we refer to, I know at some stage the report referred to our murders. I think we're trying to explain that the statistics as they reflect. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Let me check. Is the chair back? Chairperson, are you back?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please take over your meeting. The next person to speak is Member Kobas.
Okay, thanks, Ma'am CC, for taking the meeting while I was struggling with my duty. Can I request Member Kobas?
Thank you, Chair. Welcome back. Firstly, I want to appreciate what the SAP members are doing. I think, you know, it is mostly unseen work and in difficult situations. I note the contents with concern, but also with optimism in some instances. If the committee would indulge me, there's a few things that I think that I would like to have answered, or that is not in the report as presented by the SAPs. Firstly, I would like us to look at the violent attacks and riots within Gauteng with regards to the truck burnings and vehicle burnings, and the POP's lack of ammunition. If there could be support or answers on that, if that is a concern or a problem for SAPs. I think it's really important that we suppress or get a hold of these rioters where they are actually putting people and civilians' lives at risk. On the R59, the last week back, we saw, I think it was 2 trucks that was burnt and a car. I was actually on scene where the protesters asked the driver of one of the vehicles to get out because they're going to burn his car. He forgot his phone in the car, so they asked him to just remove his phone because he won't have any way to or means to phone his family. And then thereafter they proceeded to burn the car. So at least they have some emotion. That's a big problem for me. We see all across Gauteng these riots get more intense, and I would like to maybe see a plan or something on how to address these riots and then the rioters, and in supporting the POPs police officers as well with every means that we need. Then as well with the land grabs, I would like to request if we can have a meeting, this committee on land grabs and SAPS's stance on it. I think one of the burning issues on land grabs is trespassing, because that is the first thing that happens before houses have to be erected and stuff like that. But it does seem that SAPs are not acting on trespassing, and that is something I think that is noteworthy and that we have to look at. Lastly, or the third last thing that I want to speak on is lost or stolen firearms from SAPs. I would like to have an indication on what the figures are on that. And then also the competency shoots, how many members SAPs Gauteng is proficient in their firearms and then their firearm training. Lastly, crimes heavily dependent on police action for detection. I'm quite worried about the decrease in those figures. Maybe it's because of the lockdown, I'm not sure, but that is a big concern for me. I thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Member Kobas. Member Malobane. I see your hand is up, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. No, thank you very much, Chair. And we need to acknowledge and thank the PC together with the team for the great, honest presentation on crime stats, you know, and also thank the MEC for being for accompanying them. But Chair, I think you look at the crime picture that was given, including the areas where it is green. You know, we are actually in serious trouble in this province and in this country. And the reason why I'm saying this is, whilst I appreciate the decrease in terms of percentage, there is serious challenges in terms of decrease in terms of numbers. You know, I usually say, let's look at the volume, because in other areas, there is a decrease from 52,000 to 48,000. And honestly speaking, it's not a decrease that can be celebrated. That once we have had 52,000 people attacked in the previous financial year or term, but we still have 48,000 people being attacked on the current, you know. So it means, yes, in terms of percentage, there's little decrease, but honestly speaking, we still have a serious challenge in terms of the attack on our people. You know, where we seem to be winning the fight, it's actually on farm matters. Although there's a lot of noise about farm matters, but farm matters, the numbers, the volume is not as big as matters in Soweto, Alexandra, Tembisa. You know, it will be an increase from 0 to 1, or an increase from 1 to 2 in a financial year or in a quarter. So it means that battle we seem to be fighting and also being able to control. I'm also looking at the issue of rape. I mean, the president has indicated that all we need as a country to put in resources children in our country, and I think for me the results are not showing. And I'll actually want to ask the PC if the other players are there to assist the SAPS in making sure that we actually realize a decrease in terms of GBV cases. And the reason why I'm saying this, you look at what was later presented in Orange Farm. It shows that while sometimes there will be arrest at the SAPS side, there will definitely be a release or a withdrawal at the NPA side. So surely there is no coordination amongst the social players in terms of making sure that there is decrease in crime fighting. So I think it is important, Chair, to then indicate, Uguti, we might put as much as we can, but as long as SAPS is a lone player and the others are not brought in to fight crime with them by making sure that some of the social challenges that we have in our country are being addressed, we'll never be able to achieve crime reduction in our province. So I'm also looking at how some of the arrests are happening. Again, I will refer to because at least there they gave us figures at Orange Farm. In terms of wanted criminals, we only managed to arrest, if I'm not mistaken, about 2 out of a number of them that are being looked for. And I think again we seem not to be winning in terms of wanted criminals. And I know there's a lot of work being done through Operation Ukai Mulao, and a number of wanted criminals have been arrested, but we're not actually reaching the figure that we thought is acceptable in making sure that wanted criminals, particularly those that have committed serious crimes like murder, rape, and house robberies. So I think it is important for us to also maybe the PC, when you respond, he might be able to then indicate in terms of how far are we in terms of arresting the wanted criminals, particularly the ones that are involved in serious violent crimes. So the other issue that I want to raise is the issue of police training, in making sure that we professionalize the police. I mean, the nation talking about professionalizing the police, and there were certain pillars that he came up with. If I'm not mistaken, there are about 4, or I'm not sure whether it's 4 or 8 pillars. And how far are we in achieving those pillars that he actually declared need to be addressed in order for us to be effective in crime fighting? Resources, PC. I hear you, and I also heard the presentation on Orange Farm about all cars are functional. There were 2 cars that we found, and I went back because I was going to do something in Orange Farm. There were 2 cars that were in the yard, and if we go back, those 2 cars are still there. And you could see that having had those challenges of Panjamaville, they've been there for quite some time. Zipaki were not being addressed. One, they're not at the garage. 2, there are no wheels that have been bought in order to fix those vehicles. So we've got a number of vehicles that stand in our pounds without being attended to for minor repairs. And I think it is important. We really need to get people that are willing to make sure that all resources that are deployed in SAPS need to be used, including those that are donated by other role players and community safety. I mean, the vehicles that were donated by community safety, all of them for so many months are standing because there is no branding. They're not being branded by SAPS, and because they're not branded, and we all want those things to function. So how do you then keep on saying lack of resources, and when resources are made available, you are not able to brand them in order for them to work and assist you to improve service delivery on the ground? So, Chair, I'm raising those issues, and because they are actually related to performance of SAPS and, of course, crime reduction. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Malobane. I'll request the PC to respond on the questions asked by the members. Then after that, we will take questions and also the inputs from the stakeholders. If what they thought that is not covered, they'll raise it. PC, over to you. Member Malobane, lower your hand.
Yeah, leave the camera. Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity once more. Let me start with the question raised by Honorable Member Shackleton about the lack of resources, human and physical resources, wanting to know what may be the reason behind that. There are a number of factors which are contributing to lack of resources. Amongst the others, which is key and which is unavoidable, is natural attrition. People, they die, people, they retire, people, they resign, people, they go for greener pastures. You can't stop them, it's natural. It's happening in the SAPS, it's happening in other departments. Also, what makes things to be more complicated is that Due to the COVID-19, training was also halted because of we could not put the students' lives in danger by taking them to the academy whereby they'll be infected with COVID. So those are some of the things which are affecting us. The bigger question is that how optimally do we utilize what we have under the circumstances against all odds? So we are trying our level best to ensure that we optimally utilize the available resources optimally. Secondly, coming to the issue of physical resources, we have vehicles and so forth. We all know it's no longer a secret that there's no money. Many departments' budgets were cut. We didn't get extra money to can buy new equipment and so forth. The question again, it says, how best do we utilize what we have against all odds? So we are trying our level best to can do with what we have because of the needs and the demands. They are very high, but unfortunately, our fiscus is not capacitated in such a way that it can fulfill everything what we need. Unfortunately, those are the realities we see on the ground, but we are doing the best we can with what we have, ensuring that we deal with all the challenges on the ground. Issue of vigilantism. It is not only in Zandspruit. It happens in many, and especially townships. It happens in Alexandra, Ivory Park. It happens in many townships in our province. And there are a number of reasons that goes with that or factors that influence that. But I can't pin down one reason to say it's because of people that are complaining about police non-responsive. We as the organization, we condemn vigilantism with all and everything that goes with it. Because there's no that thing called mob justice. There's no justice in what they are doing. That is pure criminality. And this is the people who disregard the laws of the land. And they must be dealt with like we have dealt decisively with that group, which decided to can work against the formally and effective established structure of community patrollers as established by our MECs. So this is a group of criminals who decide that they want to disregard the laws of the land. There's no any reason which can be accepted by anybody, which can be put on the table that because of this, therefore, we take law into our own hands. We condemn it. And anybody who embark on that thing, the loss of the land must take its course. Business for business robberies, especially in Ekurhuleni. Business robberies, honorable members, you'll recall that the trio crimes, it remains a challenge for Gauteng. Hijacking, business robberies, and house robberies. It remains a challenge, and it will forever move from one to another. You suppress this one, it shows an ugly head. You push this one down, this one, it shows an ugly head. And that is why we are the biggest contributors of the trio crimes in the country. But why in Ekurhuleni? Now, Ekurhuleni, we have also observed, according to our analysis, that there is a lot of spaza shops, in informal settlement. And remember, once you rob the spaza shop, because of it's a business place, it will be regarded as a business robbery. Some of these businesses are owned by some of the people who doesn't believe in our banking system, and they keep money in those shops. And therefore, the community, they know about these people, and they go for them. So this is what we have observed. This is our analysis. But we are working around the clock to ensure that we deal with those things. And that is why trio crimes, it will remain a priority for the SAPS, obviously supported by all the law enforcement agencies in the province. Some of the comments noted, which were made by Honorable Kanyile, and also the advice given is taken, and clearly I fully agree with you. The categorization of crime, you know, the 17 community reported and so forth. As a national competence, obviously, we are taking a cue from national. So those are the crimes which were identified by the national minister to say, look, this is what we are going to prioritize and this is what we are going to work on. So we report on those ones based on we are taking cue from the national office. The analysis about the fourth quarters and so forth, yes, you are also correct on that one. It gives an indication how will the annual report looks like, and showing it has went through all what needs to happen, including the auditing and so forth. But it clearly gives the indication that at the end of the day, once everything is done, surely crime it will be lower than the previous financial year. The issue of the correlation with the population and so forth, we do that kind of analysis at times, and but we mostly look at some of the prioritized crimes and so forth. We do that. I think if you can go through our website, you'll see that some of those things are deposited already, whereby they'll say to you, Gauteng, based on the number of population, when you compare it, you know, they talk about 100 population versus. So all those things, when they take into consideration, you will see that even though we are contributing the biggest volumes, but when you analyze it in that particular line, you'll see that we are trying our level best. But we don't want to be fooled by those things. We'll keep on saying, once it's red, it's a problem for us, and let's work harder on that one. But it will assist, honorable member, and together with other stakeholders, so that if all of us as role players, we have a common understanding about the causative factors of crime and all the elements that's contributing to why crime is high in Gauteng, and we all begin to work together so that each and every role player deal with their own mandate and assist where they are required to assist so that we can reduce crime. It is going to help us a lot. Coming to the issue, the role of the partnership. The National Commissioner entered into memorandum of understanding with Business Against Crime. Business, they've mobilized, they've coordinated their effort under the umbrella of Business Against Crime. And there are certain things which they've committed to say that they're going to assist the police in the fight against crime. So in this province, we are implementing all those which it was agreed upon between the National Commissioner and the Business Against Crime. Amongst the others, we are tapping on the capabilities which the business have, which government does not have. For example, the business, they do have advanced and modern information technology, which they are using in their space. And with that, it assists us because of when we do investigation, when we prevent crime, when we collect data and so forth, we make use of all those capabilities which they are having to assist us to fight crime. So there is a need for us to can continuously recognize their contribution when coming to the fight against crime in this province. Going to the question raised by Member Hoffman, a violent protest action. It will remain a problem, not only for this province, but it's a problem in the whole country, whereby the citizens, they believe that the only way to be given attention, they must embark on the violence protest. Unfortunately, those are the realities we find ourselves in this country. Because now, if members of the community want to raise certain issues, they opt to do it in a violent manner. Instead of them using a dedicated area to can protest or picket, they'll choose to block the road so that they inconvenience other people. Instead of them raising their consent hand in the petition or the memorandum peacefully, they will choose to can ban or destroy the public properties and so forth. This is what we find ourselves in. And we are doing our best as the law enforcement agencies because we know and we recognize that protesting, it is enshrined in our constitution, section 17 of our constitution, that our people have the right to can protest so long they are unarmed and in a peaceful manner. So it is enshrined in the constitution. So all what we need to do as the police is how do we control the crowd when they are embarking on those? And the public order police, they are trained to get situation. They are being resourced with the kind of equipment which they must utilize when they're dealing with the crime. On this point, we'll call upon all the stakeholders, NGOs, members of this committee, the municipalities, and everybody to be responsive to the community's concerns. If there is an issue about water, let the responsible department respond. If it is housing, let them do the same. Whatever thing which they are complaining about, let us all be responsive. If they hand in the memorandum, we are given 14 days, let us respond within that particular time. Even if we can go back to that community and say, we are looking into what you have raised with us, it will minimize the number of protest actions which we are currently having in the province. And this protest action, it takes a lot of our resources. Instead of us diverting these resources to can go and fight this serious and violent crime, we have a lot of members with cars protecting or controlling the crime. Whether it is a peaceful crowd or it is unrest, we still have the responsibility to can police that kind of a gathering. And some of these gatherings are spontaneous, some are planned. If they are planned, it's better because of it gives us the opportunity for us to can plan accordingly together with those who are organizing this protest action, agreeing on the number of the marshal, agreeing on the route, agreeing on so many conditions. But the spontaneous ones are so difficult to can handle because people, they mobilize themselves, they block the road, they ban anything that come next to them. And then we must be responsive to those things. And it inconveniences a lot of people along the way. The banning of trucks, it's a priority. We know that it started in KwaZulu-Natal, it came to our area this side, but we do have the plans in place, complemented obviously by the resources we have, which were given to us by the Department of Community Safety, the highway patrols, which are patrolling all those routes. And with that kind of resources, we are happy to report that some of the people who have intercepted before they can cause harm and damage to the motorist, and they were arrested while they are planning to can do those things. Let me be, the last one I'll come back to it is the issue of the stolen firearms, the competencies which we have. I think, let me see here. Yeah, I'll come back to, yeah, the firearm lost by SAPS is 84. Yeah, 84 firearms were lost during the period under review by our members. And coming to the competencies, I will look at the yeah, we have a total 24,467 members of the service who are declared competent for the use of firearms. So the number is there, and then we believe that our members, they are competent to can possess or carry those firearms and utilize them. The issue of the land grabs, again, it's a problem, and it is being prioritized by COCTA in this province, obviously supported by the Department of Community Safety. We are working together with the municipalities, but again, we call upon even the private landowners to also take responsibility of their land. Fence your land, put the necessary warning signs and all those other things. If the time comes that you need to go and apply for this court interdict, do so in time so that it will empower the law enforcement agencies to act when they are required to act. And we also have teams, the response teams, when these things are happening. The metros, they do have the teams whereby they ensure that once they see people start erecting shacks, and then they move immediately so that they remove those shacks. It's a challenging kind of a work which we are embarking on, and again, is diverting our resources. Instead of us fighting crime, we go around looking for people who are erecting shacks and run behind them. So if we can work together, whole as a government, NGOs, the private landowners, and everybody who have an interest in this, work together, ensure that this thing does not happen, then we'll channel our resources to our core business. Issues raised by Honorable Member Malobane about the greens which need not be celebrated. Yes, obviously we cannot celebrate any number in the crime stats, whether it's green or red, we can't. Reason being, behind each and every number, there's a name of the victim. So we can't celebrate it. Whether it's going down, we don't celebrate. Whether it's up, we don't celebrate it. Because people ahead, people are the victims of crime. If it was possible, if it was realistic, we don't want to see any member of the community being the victim of crime. We don't want to see that. The contribution of other role players, I fully agree with you. They must also be held responsible and accountable for not doing their part. The National Crime Combating Strategy, the National Crime Prevention Strategy, when it was put together, it was encouraging that when we deal with the issues of crime, it must be a whole of a government approach. Each and every department must have a role. And most of the department, they must deal with the causative factors of crime. But unfortunately, those other role players are not doing what they are expected to do. And there's no one holding them accountable for that, because they will tell you that crime fighting is not our responsibility. But by them neglecting to do what it is expected from them, they create an environment whereby the criminals, they will begin to operate, and of which it creates a problem. So we will welcome the assistance of this committee so that you mobilize and you also hold other departments responsible. Currently, we're having the serious problem of the spiking of the vehicles in some of the major provincial and national roads. And all these criminalities are happening during the night. Why during the night? It's because of the criminals, they take advantage of the darkness and lack of lighting in those roads. So if those departments responsible for ensuring that there is lighting in those roads, they do their part, surely it means that the environment will never be conducive for the criminals to can put the spikes in those roads. Because there's no incident that happened during the day. All these incidents are happening in the night. And they only happen in the roads where there is no light. So working together, government departments, private sector, NGOs, and everybody else, working together, surely we can defeat. We can defeat crime. We can defeat these criminals. I submit, Honorable Chairperson and members.
Thanks, PC, for answering and clarifying some of the things. I'll check members if is there any clarity seeking questions. If none, members, I'll take hands from the stakeholders, because after them I'll have to If there are any member want to ask a question related to Orange Farm, already member Malobane have included it in her question. Any stakeholder who want to give inputs? I saw that we've got commissioners for gender-based violence. They are here. Any stakeholder?
Yes, we are here.
Yes, Nontlanta. I see the hands of Nontlanta. Over to you, ma'am.
Uban Mina. Or Harang.
No, there was a hand of Nontlanta.
Oh, okay.
Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I greet you all protocol observed. My name is Nhlanhla. I am from the Safer South Africa Foundation. We're an organization established on the premise of crime prevention. We are a proactive organization in the crime fighting space. As I said and listened to the presentations by both honorable presenters, one could relate easily to most of the items that were being discussed. But I just want to make a small comment and say one of the documents that I studied very closely was the Victims of Crime Survey, which is conducted by Stats South Africa. And the report is a 2015-2016 report, where it takes into account perceptions, household perceptions of crime and safety, victim support services, the scope of law enforcement, and the general perception of what people have about SAPS. And in the organization that I represent, we work with schools and the youth in particular. For we understand that most of the crimes are normally not, of course, I stand to be corrected, but are normally perpetrated by youngsters. And therefore, we operate, we have a program that we have developed that we offer to schools. The reason why we do that, we say as part of community inclusion and the youth in particular, we need to create a platform where the learners or the youth is able to understand how SAPS functions. You know, it's very easy for somebody to say, I reported a case, the police are doing nothing. Exactly the point we are trying to make, that communities in South Africa really don't understand the existence and the presence of SAPS. We take them through a program that normally would show them what is the role of SAPS, what is the role of the courts, what is the role of the NPA, correctional services. So we found that the perception was very wrong about the SAPS. The example I'm making of saying that somebody opens a case and they say the police are not doing anything, we found that it comes from a lack of understanding in terms of the role of SAPS. The role of SAPS is to arrest. Prosecution falls with NPA and the courts. And therefore, that is something that is not clear within communities. That is why we find there are all sorts of revolts against the police. When there are strikes, they become violent. They don't want the police because there is no clear understanding of what is the role of the police. And therefore, we are really, really, really interested to partner with the province. We would like to establish a collaborative partnership where we are able to invite SAPS in the campaigns we run in communities. We're able to to invite them equally to the schools where we go and address learners. I wish we had ample time so I could give you a bit of a background about what the organization does and how the program is structured. But basically, it's an advocacy, and it's an advocacy and campaign organization that seeks to ensure that the community at large is able to understand what is the role of each role player in the security cluster. So that becomes very important so that we understand that if you have opened the docket with SAPS, the onus lies with NPA or through the course of the Department of Justice to prosecute that person. If somebody has been accused of rape and they report the case and prosecution is not there, it is not the fault of SAPS. They need to understand it. So I think one of the key things that we need to strengthen our partnership in is community engagement and participation so that we are able to
Ntanta. Thank you. Are you still on, Ntanta? Members, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Chair.
Yes, Ntanta, thanks for that input. We will advise you to go and make an appointment and do the presentation in the department with regard to that. Can I take, I'm giving you only 2 minutes each. You'll pardon me, I see the hands of O'Hara and 2 minutes.
Good morning, honorable members. Ngibonga ukuthi nisinvitile to this very important briefing here, community safeties. My name is O'Hara Ngoma Diseko, Commissioner for Gender Equality. And I really want to express the appreciation yethu yokuthi nisibizile. Ngenxa yokuthi mandate yethu is also about oversight, in particular of, in this case, gender-based violence and femicide. And I've listened very carefully to the presentations, focusing on generally, and then Orange Farm Nesidibeng. But the general report was obviously about the general crime situation. Tinage, we hone in on the GBV and femicide part, which is also part of the National Strategic Plan to fight this second pandemic. So as the CGE, we have prioritized the 30 hotspots, and we have communicated with the MEC and the PC, and we appreciate Uguti. We have had very quick responses, but they will be waiting for us and will be they will ensure there is seamless engagement with the commissioners. We really appreciate that. But with regards to the presentation specifically, 2 minutes in with the presentation specifically, we are also concerned about the withdrawal of cases as of cases, the gender-based violence, the domestic violence, etc., etc. And it's something that we will be focusing on to see how do we actually intervene there. But obviously, we work together with the relevant stakeholders, including the police and the prosecution. We also had Lentoye training, and for us, training of the police. And we would also want to know about the training with regards to gender sensitivity, and also training people to handle victims and survivors of gender-based violence, rape, and all of those things. And obviously, I think we have not quite heard about the matters relating to abo rape and the victim support environment for people, women coming to report or children coming to report. But I think those will then be focus areas when we visit the specific, the 11, because there are 11 hotspots in Gauteng, spreading between the different metros. So we'll be focusing on that, and we look forward to get to seamless engagement. I think Nzapoza Lapo, what else did I wanted to say? Then could also issue HR that
you
was
will
raised.
send.
Yeah, it's Katis Peli.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
yeah, you'll send your You will send your input to us so that we forward it to the PC if it needs their attention.
Yes,
Thanks
but
for
we'll
that.
also be engaging with them during this process of oversight visit. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, thanks. PC, there's a question regarding the training with regard to the gender sensitivity. Can you try to respond before the PC respond? Members, I just want to find out if there is anyone who want to ask question with related to the Orange Farm presentation. I hope there is none. PC, can you respond?
Sorry,
before I release you.
Chairperson. There are two more hands before PC responds, Chairperson.
Who's that?
Responding right.
Can I take those hands?
Thank you. Let me start. I'm Fisher Burgers and I'm from Business Against Crime South Africa. And thank you for the opportunity as well and for the invitation and all protocols observed. I first of all want to say I think the Provincial Commissioner and his team is doing a great job. You know, we work countrywide and not only in Gauteng, and I think that you've got one of the best provincial commissioners. And I want to just say that, you know, from business side, we will never be happy with crime. It's very difficult to draw, especially international investments into a country that where it is much needed, especially hopefully post-COVID, when there's high levels of violent crime. So, you know, we will never be satisfied with crime levels, but I think the team is doing a great job. Like the Provincial Commissioner also said, business is assisting through Business Against Crime, and that's us. And we will keep on assisting. You know, initiatives like the ICS initiative, which was piloted in Gauteng in 2018 and is now rolled out countrywide, proves to be a great success, and also shows that the private sector can work closely with the SAPS and other government departments. That's all I wanted to say. I think a special of concern is the gender-based violence, murders that are high, all the violent crimes, vehicle hijackings. But together we can fight this, and we will work towards a better solution for this. Thanks, Jane. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Fuchi. And PC?
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, thank you very much for the opportunity once more. Input by Uputi Nonhlanhla Shabangu. We truly welcome the offer and we are looking forward to can work with his foundation. It's exciting. I like his ideas that he is going to assist us to educate the community, especially at primary level, so that they understand what we are doing and have them to be on the side of good citizenry. We truly welcome that offer and we appreciate what he is doing. And input by Uma Diseko. Yes, it is true. We have already started with that engagement to also ensure that we are going to have a seamless engagement when they are visiting the 11 hotspot police stations to deal with the issues or to conduct the oversight on gender-based violence. We are looking forward to can hear what is that which they found, and we will be very much responsive should they identify any deficiency on our part. We'll definitely ensure that we correct so that we assist our communities. Also the input by Mr. Fosher Berger, Business Against Crime. It is true, we are working closely with themselves and they are very much supportive and they continue to be supportive on the work which we are doing. Week in, week out, they are forever with us, supporting us, making their information technology available for us for use to fight crime. Issues of Orange Farm, we won't stop, we'll continue to work. One of our priority is to ensure that the community of Orange Farm do feel safe, and will work day and night, try to win their hearts and minds, and also to ensure that they feel safe. Whatever a deficiency they identify brought to our attention, we'll definitely act on that. It will be a continuous work. We won't rest until we get everything right. I appreciate the opportunity, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks, PC and your team. But we are appealing as a committee that the vehicle which they are still standing in the yard in Orange Farm need to be attended so that visible policing is done in Orange Farm. Thanks for attending and presenting. And I'll request all media who want to ask questions, they'll make an appointment with the office of the PC so that they get the respond on whatever they want to question. PC and your management team, you are released. We will proceed with our other presentations. Feel free if you want to remain. If you've got other commitments, you are released. Members,
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thanks. Can we move to, we are now in 6th presentation by the Department of Community Safety. Andrew, can you switch off your camera because it will disturb us? I'll request the MEC, Faith Mazibuko, in terms of the presentation of the 4th quarter performance report for the 2020-2021 financial year. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you, Chair. You want us to do presentation?
Is it your turn now, MEC?
Yes, no, thank you very much.
We are in 6.1.
The acting HOD to present our quarterly performance report. Thank you very much.
Am
Chair.
I audible?
Yes, we hear you, Chair. Thank you.
Yes. MEC.
Sipho?
Thanks, MEC. Yes. Honorable Chairperson, good afternoon, and good afternoon to the members of the Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, you were asked to prepare 2 presentations, one for the 4th quarter report on 2020-21, and then the second one is the budget report. We've also prepared the responses. So I'm going to request that we present as follows. If the chairperson allow us, we'll take the quarterly performance report, January, March 2021. We'll then respond to the questions, and then we do a budget presentation after. So I'm going to request our Director of Strategy, Tshebeletso Serame, to take us through the quarter report for January to March 2021. Tshebeletso.
Thank you, HOD. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, members of the committee, MEC, Mazibuko, all protocol observed. I will be presenting the departmental performance for the year, for the 4th quarter rather. So for this 4th quarter, we had a total number of 44 targets. And on that, we managed to achieve 36, which then translates to 86% in terms of performance. And we have the breakdown as per program, with program 1 at 78%, program 2 86%, and program 3 at 90%. This is much more just a table to indicate the total number of the annual indicators and the planned targets that we had for Q4 and the total that we have achieved for the quarter, with 6 being the number that we're not able to achieve for this quarter, and bringing us to a total of 86% in terms of the performance. Here we just wanted to present to you the performance as per quarter. So you'll see that in Q1, out of the 25 targets that we had, we were unable to achieve 1. And in Q2, we had 36 planned with 6 not achieved, whilst Q3, we had 5 that we did not achieve from the 36. And similarly, in Q4, we had 6 that were not able to achieve out of the 42 that we had set ourselves. Here we are giving you just the performance from the beginning of the year. So year to date, being the total of the target being 44, and we managed to achieve 39, with 4 that are partially achieved and 1, of course, not achieved. So we just wanted to give an indication of the targets that were not achieved and those that have been partially achieved. So we have one around the irregular expenditure, and we actually had made a submission for condonation to Treasury on that, and we are still awaiting the response. For those that we partially achieved, we have the payment of invoices, where the performance now stands at 94%, and we continue to send reminders to senior management to ensure that we do comply with the timelines and have the invoices paid within the stipulated period. In relation to the national management tool, we had targeted 3 quarterly reports, and we were only able to achieve 2. And this is basically because the NMT is a project that is driven by the national department, by CSP rather. And we only received the finally approved tool for implementation in Q3, and for that reason, we only started to implement it in the 3rd quarter. On the number of green doors, we had targeted 36. We managed to achieve 30, and we continue to struggle in that space with a number of participants being fearful of the COVID outbreak, and therefore not necessarily that willing to participate to that extent. On the number of community safety forums assessed, we have managed to achieve 10, and we have 1 that is still outstanding that we were not able to achieve. Now, getting into the details of the programs. On program 1, we had 4 targets that are in the office of the HOD, and all those have been achieved, with that relating to the implementation of the annual intergovernmental relations plan, and that relating to integrity management plan, the risk management, and ensuring that the internal control environment is monitored and reported on. And all those were achieved. When we look at the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, we had the target around compiling the annual budget, which has been done. The quarterly report on the budget and expenditure continues to be done, and that has been done to date. And looking at the year-to-date reporting on finances, we have the interim financial statements that was targeted for the quarter, and that has been done. And once again, the performance around the percentage of invoices paid within 30 days being the area where we were not able to achieve, and the percentage reduction in irregular expenditure. On the procurement plan and the quarterly reports, we continued to perform on those and report. In relation to Provincial Secretariat, we had a total number of 22 targets that were set for the quarter, and 3 were not achieved, which then translated to 86% in terms of the performance. The targets that we had around the research studies, the number of research studies conducted, we managed to have 4 research projects completed. The department continued with the knowledge sharing sessions and continued to publish, make publications rather, and we have now even attained the approved concept document for the development of a knowledge management system. In relation to the number of reports, performance reports on the law enforcement agencies, we have compiled the report. We continued to monitor the implementation of the IPID recommendations, and a report has been developed to that effect. We also continued to monitor compliance with regards to DVA and looked at the service delivery complaints that were lodged against the South African Police Service and ensured that those are resolved. With NMT tool, we managed to implement the tool and produce a report, continued to conduct crime analysis on the crime dockets, and 475 were analyzed, which actually led to the target being exceeded, and that was much more about compensating for the underperformance that we had registered in the preceding quarters. In relation to the watching briefs, we had targeted 5 and 4 were undertaken, but I must indicate that this target, if we look at the annual performance, it has been achieved, but then we actually had to redirect some of the resources around the indicators where we had identified underperformance. In relation to safety promotion, on the number of social crime prevention interventions activated, we have achieved 142, and the target being exceeded by 71, and this was more influenced by the relaxation of the regulations and therefore enabling the department to conduct more of the interventions. On the number of safe and secure community interventions conducted, we had attained 112, and we had done, although that is underperformance in terms of this quarter, but generally in the annual performance, the target has been achieved. On the number of school safety interventions, similarly, we have exceeded, and that also was because of the intensified efforts around that. When we look at the number of gender-based violence victims receiving support, the target was exceeded by 6,138, and that is much more the fact that it's a service-driven, and as people require the assistance, the department responds based on the fact that the president has declared GBV as the second pandemic. On the victim empowerment centers, we continue to monitor the victim empowerment centers, and in this quarter, although we had targeted 19, 136 were monitored, and I must indicate that we also just continue to do the spot checks to ensure that we have an understanding on the functionality of the centers. We did analyze all the cases that we received in relation to gender-based violence. On the green doors, we had targeted 9, and we were only able to roll out 7, and this is as a reason as I have already indicated. On the number of GBV cases tracked, a report has been developed to that effect. In relation to community police relations, the assessments of the community police forums continued, and the target was exceeded, even though we had reduced the target earlier in the year out of concerns of the pandemic outbreak. We also have managed to assess 9 of the community safety forums, even though 4 was the target for the quarter, but this was because the other quarters, there was underperformance on that specific indicator. On the patroller teams assessed, 87 was assessed, and which then brings us to overachievement rather, based on the target. In relation to traffic management, we had a total of 11 indicators targets set, and 10 of those have been achieved and 1 that could not be achieved. So if we look at the numbers that we have set as the target for the indicators, all of the targets in this area of traffic law enforcement were exceeded, and part of the contribution is that the relaxation of the regulations then meant more vehicle population on the road, and therefore the department undertook more of the operations. In relation to the special services on the compliance, 61 compliance inspections were conducted, and we have exceeded that by 11. And also we have noted that a number of complaints that we actually received from the stations then necessitated more inspections to be conducted. In relation to crime prevention, 976 operations were conducted, and these also as a result of participation in the Okai Moglau operations. In relation to public transport inspectorate, the department exceeded by 10, and this was also a recovery plan based on the shortfall that we had experienced in other quarters. In relation to the number of learner transport, the department managed to achieve the target, and the indicator where we were not able to achieve, it's the one relating to the number of vehicles weighed. And this was because of the weighbridge at Heidelberg, which was then closed for several days for maintenance. And this is one target that was impossible to achieve. And on road safety, both of the indicators have been achieved and exceeded. And I must indicate that specifically relating to schools, it was one area where more resources were put in to ensure that we do achieve, since the schools were closed for the almost half part of the quarter that we are reporting for. On that note, I would like to thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, we also have the responses to the questions based on our quarter 4 report. So if Chairperson will allow us, can we project them and read them out to the committee?
Yes, you can proceed.
I'm going to ask that Mr. our Acting Provincial Secretariat of Police to read out the questions and the responses to the committee. Etc.
Thank you, Acting HOD. Good afternoon, Chairperson, members of the committee, MEC, and colleagues as well. The first question is in terms of advancing the ideals of the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, the department has identified 4 areas of focus, namely need to professionalize the police, skills recruitment practices, training, etc., build specialized units in complex crime areas, and enhancing capacity in detective services and improve crime scene analysis. The committee wants to know what plans are in place to achieve these objectives. The response: in executing its oversight mandate, the department emphasizes the professionalization of the police when it conducts docket audits, attends to complaints of police inefficiency, assesses the performance of police stations through the Gauteng Information on Police Performance Systems, and undertakes quarterly review sessions. The docket audits have, for example, over the years highlighted some inadequacies in the investigation of crime, and these are brought to the attention of station management, SAPS province, and the DPC detection, so that improvements can be effected in terms of skills development, in-service training, and ongoing mentorship by more seasoned detectives. The latter also applies to the JIP sessions and the quarterly review sessions. In addition, the 5-year policing plan will also be monitored, as one of the desired outcomes is to increase the capacity and professionalism of the detectives investigating crime. Another outcome that will also be monitored is improving, can you just move it down, please? Improving the quality of policing, as well as to enhance the capacity of the local criminal record center. There will be a partnership that was embarked upon during the compliance forum meetings with SAPS HRD, as the department has offered Domestic Violence Act training to SAPS members, and this was accepted. In terms of the need to professionalize the police, the disruption of the police service envisioned by description of the police service envisaged by the NDP, which is well-resourced and professional, staffed by highly skilled officers who value their work, serve the community, safeguard lives and property without discrimination, protect the peaceful against violence, and respect the rights to equality and justice, comprises several distinct elements that must be addressed individually. The requirement that the police serve and its members are professional requires a structured approach to the improvement of professionalism, while within the SAPS and an external and internal assessment of the degree to which professionalism has been improved. The professionalization of the SAPS is inextricably linked to the transformation of the organization, which is a long-term objective aligned to the overarching transformation agenda and legislative and policy requirements of government. In terms of skills, recruitment practices and training, the South African Police Service at national level established the Integrated Resource Committee, which assesses the resource and skills needs holistically to ensure that relevant courses are prioritized in terms of the training provisioning plan.
Can I raise something as Daxida is continuing? Chairperson? I don't know if Chairperson can hear me. I think, Daxita, the problem is you are presenting our questions to the budget rather than the fourth quarter questions. I'm not sure if my understanding is correct, and will correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you are correct. I see it's the budget one. Maybe we should ask Kia to flight the other one then, Mr. Kanyele.
Are you done?
No, Chairperson, we were reading the responses to the
I can hear you,
budget
member, so can you leave?
No, I'm done, Chair. I was saying that it seemed like they were presenting the response to our questions.
Chairperson, yes, we've just uploaded the correct ones from our site. So can we continue with the fourth quarter responses?
Okay, thank you, Acting HOD and Mr. Kanyele. Sorry about that. Yeah, the wrong one was flighted. So on quarter four then, the question is, the committee notes that the department has procured 4 and handed over vehicles for SAPS. The committee has the following questions regarding the vehicles. A was the procurement of vehicles, and B, what are legal regarding the department procuring resources for SAPS, whereas this does not fall within the constitutional mandate of the department. In response to A, the funds were budgeted for and available in the 2020-21 financial year for the procurement of vehicles for SAPS, an amount of 36 million and 108 million over the MTF period was allocated towards the improvement of police visibility. Thus, the department utilized the said amount to donate vehicles to SAPS. In response to B, the mandate of the department as per the Constitution is to ensure the efficiency and effectiveness of policing, as well as assess the effectiveness of police visibility. In addition, through the baseline study and follow-up study on citizens' perception of safety surveys, the department has established that police visibility is integral to people feeling safe and secure. Hence the need to procure high-performance vehicles fitted with cutting-edge crime-fighting technology. Through its oversight mandate, Kia, can you go back, please? Thank you. The department will be monitoring the impact of the deployment of these vehicles on service delivery to communities. There are no legal implications in this, as this is an unconditional donation. Question 2, the committee wants to know what interventions are in place to address the challenge of violence in schools. In response, school safety interventions as follows. School safety summits to engage relevant stakeholders on the creation of safer spaces for teaching and learning. School safety awareness talks and campaigns focusing on substance abuse, teenage pregnancy, child abuse, prostitution, harmful religious practices, gangsterism, etc. These are conducted with the aim of addressing violent behavior and the modification of such. Then, capacity building, training of schools on safety matters. Next, random school searches. An integrated approach is implemented jointly with LEAs, GDE, DSD, and the Department of Correctional Services to remove drugs, alcohol, and dangerous weapons towards ensuring a safer learning and teaching environment. Then linkage with the police station and sector managers to ensure that there is a speedy response to the incidents that are reported in schools. Also, tours to correctional service centers aimed at addressing youth criminality. The objective of the program is to reform learners' outlook about substance abuse. Further down here. Thank you. And crime, encouraging them to rehabilitate before serving time. Deployment of patrollers at schools as well. The following measures will be implemented by SAPS to contribute to safety in schools. School linking. All schools in Gauteng are linked to their local police stations. The linking process involves identification, consultation, and approval. The role players include station commander, school principal, and management of the Gauteng Education Coordinator. Adopt a Cop program. Adopt a Cop is the national phenomenon. All schools are adopted by police officers as follows. Creche to primary schools adopted by non-commissioned officers and high-secondary schools adopted by commissioned officers. Members participate in school safety committees and assist schools with contingency plans to promote safety and security. School safety committees actively participate in school safety committees to promote safety at schools. The intervention is a multidisciplinary approach that includes school governing body, school management, SAPS, and other role players. Prioritization of schools. Schools that experience constant challenges are identified and are prioritized for intervention. The same process of school linking is followed when identifying schools as a priority. Then deployment of patrollers. The deployment of patrollers to schools to improve safety and security. The program is mainly driven by Gauteng Provincial Community Policing Board, supported by Department of Education and Department of Community Safety. Social crime prevention school talks. The social crime prevention coordinators and sector managers conduct school talks to discourage criminality and promote patriotism. Through school safety committees, such interventions are conducted to deal with specific challenges. Awareness programs, campaigns, or rather awareness campaigns are conducted regularly to create awareness on identified challenges and promote information sharing with learners and educators. GBVF awareness campaigns have been prioritized. Question 3. The committee notes with concern that the target on green doors was not met due to community members being apathetic to participate. The committee wants to know what plans the department has to address this situation. The committee is mainly interested in ensuring interest in those areas where community members showed no interest, not merely identifying a different community, because the challenge would remain in the areas where this program is rejected. The response, the plan will be to intensify our program by not only identifying private homes, but also partner up with community development programs. Further, the department will capacitate the volunteers working at the green doors by assisting with compliance and safety, specifically on COVID-19. Question 4. Under Program 2, the department has overspent on its quarterly allocations with reasons provided. The committee wants to know what activities during the 16 days and payment of stipends that led to over expenditure, and how will the department ensure that these do not happen again? The response, stipends and 16 days activities were not the expenditure that took place in the fourth quarter. The department also procured vehicles for SAPs. In the current financial period, the department has planned to procure these vehicles in the second quarter. Question 5. The committee notes that the department met its targets in terms of assessment of CSFs, CPFs, and patroller programs. The committee therefore wants to know the status of these programs emanating from the assessments. In our response, Central Corridor, the CSF in the Central Corridor is not established yet, since there is no council resolution on the matter. The CPFs and patroller programs are active and functional. However, there are those with challenges. Western Corridor, the status of CSFs is as follows: Mogale City Municipality, not functional; Marafong Municipality, functional; Rand West Municipality, functional; and West Rand District Municipality, not functional. Most of the CPF structures in the West are functional. However, there is a need to ensure that the CPFs are reinducted on the guidelines and legislative prescripts. Most of the patroller structures in the West are functional. However, there is a need to ensure that the patrollers are reinducted on the guidelines and legislative prescripts. Northern Corridor, there is a CSF in Tshwane, although the structure is dysfunctional due to political instability within the municipality. In addition, there is also lack of understanding in relation to the roles and responsibilities of the CSF and where the structure should be located, either in the office of the municipal manager or MMC Public Safety. During the corridor strategic planning session, it was resolved that the structure should be resuscitated by first engaging with the Office of the Speaker and MMC for Public Safety. There are 39 police stations in Tshwane. Of these total number, 30 CPFs are functional and 6 are not functional. The following CPFs are not functional: Silverton, Garsfontein, Olivenhout Bosch, Wirtebrug, Erasmia, and Boschkop. The corridor has developed a program of action to ensure that these CPF structures are functioning optimally. The intervention has already started in Olivenhout Bosch. There are 25 patroller programs in Tshwane. Of these, 22 are functional and 3 are not functional. The following patroller programs are not functional: Boschkop, Erasmia, and Olivenhout Bosch. The department has developed an intervention plan to ensure that these patroller teams are optimally functioning. The intervention plan has already started in Olivenhout-Bosch, and the department conducted patroller engagements to clarify the expectation and the roles and responsibilities thereof. Southern Corridor. Midvaal does not have a CSF, and it has been agreed that an engagement with the municipality will be done with a view to establishing a structure. Sedibeng has a functional structure, whereas Mfuleni and Lesedi are semi-functional. All CPFs and patrol teams are functional, except for Heidelberg patrol team, which does not comply with the departmental set standards. Eastern Corridor, Ekurhuleni CSF is also functioning in accordance with the set standards. There are 39 functional CPF structures in accordance with the standard procedures set by the Directorate. The patroller program was established in 37 policing precincts, except in Boksburg North and Bedford View. A full report on CPFs can be made available. Question 6. The department does not provide details on the status of safety kiosks. The committee wants to know the status of kiosks. Are they serving the purpose they are intended for? Central Corridor. A total of 13 kiosks are deployed in various priority policing precincts. Patrollers and traffic wardens are deployed in these kiosks and certify documents, attend to public complaints, and provide three kiosks are deployed as follows: Kagiso on a Tuesday, Randfontein Thursday, and Krugersdorp Wednesday and Friday. The kiosk is also deployed to other hotspot areas, especially when the district is conducting social crime prevention outreach activities. The wardens assist with the towing of the kiosks to the crime hotspots. Because the station has capacity. In Orange Farms, the kiosk serves the community, whilst in the yard of the police station, the bakkie that was used by the traffic warden to tow the kiosk was involved in an accident and written off. The station does not have a bakkie with a tow bar. It was, however, agreed during the last JIP session that the station will avail one of the 10 vehicles they'll be receiving as per the Minister's commitment to tow the kiosk. Eastern Corridor. Ekurhuleni has a total of 8 kiosks at the following stations: Itwatwa, Brakpan, Reiger Park, Tsakani, Duduza, Kempton Park, Ivory Park, and Tembisa North. Kiosks in Brakpan and Itwatwa are broken and have been reported to the department. The kiosk in Kempton Park is in good condition but is not deployed because the station has abandoned its role to transport safety ambassadors in Tembisa South. Discussions are underway to get the department to assist with the bakkie. The Ivory Park kiosk is in good condition and is deployed at Busy Corner and Ebony, but the deployment is not consistent. Tsakani kiosk is in good condition and as the station is struggling with transport, the department is responsible for the deployment at a taxi rank. Duduza kiosk is deployed at Kabasia's shops and the department is responsible for towing since the station does not have such capacity. Reiger Park kiosk is in good working condition and is deployed between Delmore Park Informal Settlement and Ramaphosa Informal Settlement. Question 7. The committee wants to know if quarterly review sessions with MPD were held, and if so, what are the findings emanating from the review session? Quarterly review sessions were held on 9 December 2020 and 24 March 2021. The resolutions are attached here too for ease of reference. Question 8. The committee notes that the department conducted oversight visits to police stations. The committee wants to know what findings are made during police visits and that need interventions. The response: there is a process underway of finalizing a consolidated report in this regard. That said, however, thus far there are common issues that have been identified, and these include the following. Police stations are still adapting to the GGT 5-year policing plan. In many instances, we have not yet started witnessing real results. The oversight work at station level continues to identify glaring investigative gaps, even though detectives have undergone training and have the necessary level of experience. The situation is compounded by the number of cases per investigator. Regarding the issue of informers, there is improvement, but more can be done to turn the situation around. Policing visibility remains a challenge, and it is often compromised by an inadequate number of vehicles at station level and poor turnaround time at mechanical garages. Despite this challenge, which could be attributed to several factors, boarded vehicles are being replaced. Blood kits are kept at the station beyond the prescribed period and could have an adverse effect or impact on the conviction rate. Delays associated with the finalization of internal DR cases are not assisting efforts of improving police conduct. There are still some challenges in the CSC, and many relate to non-compliance with existing prescripts. For instance, there is an instruction that copies of various pieces of legislation must be kept in the CSC for ease of reference. The observation is that this is not adhered to, and often it has an adverse effect on how police members intervene or provide the required service. And firearms competency is a challenge, and it compromises the utilization of available personnel resource. This is attributed to shortage of ammunition. It is the department's view that once the implementation of the 5-year policing plan is embedded at station level, that will result in notable change. There are plans to intensify oversight in this regard. Question 9. The committee notes that the Premier indicated in the State of the Province Address 2020 that there would be additional 400 traffic officers recruited during the MTEF. The committee wants to know how many were recruited in the financial year that ended on 31 March 2021. The response: the plan to recruit 400 traffic officers over the MTF as follows: 2020-21, 133, 2021-22, 133, and 2022 and 2023, 134. By 31 March 2021, 163 traffic officers were recruited. Question 10. The committee requests a report on road crashes and fatalities for the quarter under review. The response below is a summary on road crashes and fatalities for the fourth quarter. As you can see then, in terms of fatalities, pedestrians 247, drivers 108, passengers 108, motorcycle 26, cycle 6, and unknown road user is 0. If I go to the right, you will see there in the column after the bold, there are 223 there. That is less than 6%. Drivers 107, minus 1%. Passengers 76, minus 30%. Motorcycle 29, 12%. Cyclists 16, 167%. And you see there unknown road user 8. The total fatalities 495, and on the other side of the column 469. The total fatal crashes are 430, and the opposite side 437, which shows 2%, and then the above figure is minus 5%. Fatalities decreased by 26, representing minus 5% compared to the quarter 4 of the previous year, and fatal crashes increased by 2%. Note, the 2019-20 period of quarter 4 was affected by the sudden level 5 lockdown or curfew implemented on the 28th of March 2020. This significantly impacted on road user movement and fatal crashes. Pedestrians contributed the highest per road user category, accounting for just under 50%, in brackets 49.7% of all fatalities. There was a 30% reduction in passenger fatalities. This was mostly due to the previous period having 3 major crashes where 18 victims were passengers. Note, the 8 unknown road user fatalities are mostly from crashes where the victims were rushed from the scene to hospital and passed later, often without law enforcement being in attendance to document the category of the road user during the crash. That is the end then of the questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation of both and also the questions. Members, those are the questions which we sent to the department and the response are there. I'm going to take hands for clarity and further questions. I'll note hands, members. I saw the hand there, Michael Shackleton. I don't know whether you are still want to ask a question.
Yes, please, Chair. Just a very short question.
Okay. Can I note first? Member, I also see Member Kanyile. Who's that one? I saw Member Dlamini. Your mic is flicking. I'll take the hands in that Member Shackleton, Member Kanyile, in that order.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I feel largely covered by the answers that the department has given to the committee's questions. However, I would like to ask, is it possible for the department to give us a date by when the green doors target will be met, and then for this committee to hold the department to that particular date? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Shackleton, Member Kanyile. Member Dlamini, can you mute, please?
Thank you, Chair. It's a pity that I think I'm having some problems. I hope I won't ask a question that has already been asked. Just 2 things. The first one is about the report that relates to cars, the vehicles that you procured for SAPS. Can we just be taken into confidence or just be made to understand what is the difference between what happened some years ago with the cars that the Auditor General asked questions and it became an audit query? The difference between that process and what the process that has been followed now. If you can just get the clarity on the difference and what made it possible that it can be done now, and that it won't be an audit query moving forward. Related to that, we just want to find out that now that this is a possibility, should we expect as a committee that moving forward, it could be possible for the department to identify where there are interventions that are needed in ensuring that police work effectively or policing is effective, that they can make interventions. As an example, one of the problems we have in Gauteng is police stations, lack of police stations. Should we assume, will we correct to assume that in the similar way that we have procured vehicles, it is possible to look at that possibility of those kinds of interventions? And then related to that, Chair, would we be correct as the committee to assume that our intervention with the SAPS and their vehicles does not necessarily mean that we have neglected the proper capacitation of the Gauteng Traffic Police, particularly with its own vehicles, so that it can be able to do its work effectively? That's the first set of questions. The last question, Chair, it has to do with the response to our question on the overspent on the quarterly allocation, what we got as our understanding is that this was an overspending related to issues during the 16 days of activism and payment to stipend. But the department's response says, no, that was not the issue. The issue was the vehicles. Now, there could be two things. It could be that the report as presented to us is wrong, so it might want to be corrected, or maybe there's a misunderstanding of what we're referring to. So I would suggest, Chair, on this one, that maybe we ask our researcher in the department to engage so that that matter can be clarified. It might not be clarified in this meeting, but so that when we finalize our report, that matter is clarified. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Kanyile. Can we get the response, MEC? HOD?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. The question from Member Kanyile, always he asks this question, yes, of what the current situation of donating cars to the SAPS vis-a-vis what happened in 2010. And time and again, I do explain this. This one, Madam Chair, has been gazetted through Treasury. It's not necessarily money from Department of Community Safety, but it is money that the provincial government, through the equitable share, committed that through Premier's Budget Council, through that PBC, committed and say, as provincial government, we are committing resources in the help to fight crime. So we cannot forever be demanding police to be policing us, and yet now we are not investing anything. That's why the decision, even in the SOPA, when Premier was presenting the State of the Province address, he did allude to that. That is the Gauteng Provincial Government, we've even established, we've even approved the 5-year policing plan, and out of it, how do we make sure that we also further resource the SAPS so that then it gets gazetted and then it is within the money that we have as the provincial government. So that is the difference, Honorable Chair. The 2010 one, they just woke up in the morning as the department and decided to also, as part of contributing to the 2010 World Cup, we will then purchase 10 cars. It was 10 cars by then, Chair. So till now we committed money in order that the fighting of trivial crimes in Gauteng and the fighting of ensuring that there's police visibility, that's what we are doing, Chair. So we will not be at fault because it's not our money that we woke up and took from our money, the allocated money, but it is money that was gazetted through the provincial treasury. The difference is that because it has to have an accountability point, that's when they are bringing it to the Department of Community Safety. Thank you very much. Others, HOD will respond to them.
Yeah, thanks, MEC, for clarifying. HOD?
Thanks, MEC, and good afternoon again to the Honorable Chairperson. Chair, on the question asked by Member Shackleton on the date of when are we going to be finalizing the issue of the green doors. Member Shackleton, I think the challenge in fact is going to get worse because even this year we have planned to do another 36 green doors. We had planned last year to do 36. We could only do 30. So we're adding another 36. So the problem is getting bigger. But we have started the process. We're hoping the 36 plus the 6 that we had missed last year will be able to do this year. So if we were to give a date, we obviously are going to say we had planned to do a number of green doors per quarter. But by the end of the financial year, we should have done the 36 plus the 6 that we had missed in the last financial year. The issue, I think, of the cars, the MEC has clarified, we were more like a conveyor belt. It's money that came to us and we bought the cars on behalf of the provincial government. The issue of capacitation of the traffic police, we are, I think, doing everything in our power to build, to buy, or to get as many cars as possible for our traffic police. There is generally an issue of lack of resources and cars within our traffic unit, but we've put and allocated resources aside to make sure that we get the necessary cars. We've ordered a number of cars. I think, to be exact, we've ordered around a new 79 new cars that we hope part of those cars will be high-powered vehicles that we will then allocate to our traffic officers. So we are really working in making sure that our traffic unit has cars. We've not neglected it. I think it's only that the money that we received to buy cars for SAPs, I think, got all the spotlights, and it looked as if we took money that belonged to us to do all of these things and neglected our own unit. But internally, we have the resources. We've budgeted some of the resources to capacitate our traffic unit. In terms of the payment, the overspent in Q4, I think I got a call from the researcher in the legislature. I've tried to explain this question to her. Maybe she should come back again so that we try and explain what I think the member considers an overspend and on stipend and cars, and what we consider something else. So maybe let me not commit in this meeting so that we clarify what we have said in our report and in our response. So I take your suggestion, Member Kanyele, that maybe let the researcher come back to me so that we clarify and update her on this question. I think the rest of the other issues, I think we have responded to in our main reports and responses. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thanks, HOD. Members, those are the response from the MEC and the HOD. If there are no any further questions, we'll move to 6.2, but we'll request our researcher to go to the HOD so that the matter is clarified in terms of the over expenditure, so that we should not sit with the issue that the department have overspent on the 16 days payment and the statement. Can we move members to 6.2? The presentation of the budget, presentation of the budget appropriation report to vote 10 for the 2021-2022. Then after that, the department will also present the response of the questions sent to them. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair. The HOD, they did prepare, I'm sure it was sent also to the committee. Acting HOD, kindly assist us with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, MEC, and thanks to the Chairperson. Our CFO, Duduzi Malope, will take us through the budget presentation. CFO.
Thank you very much, HOD. I'd like to send my greetings and to greet the members of the committee, the MEC, and the colleagues from the department. We've prepared our presentation. The way we've done it is just to the alignment of the GGT 2030, and therefore, and also looking at the amounts of the budget for the 2021, and just as a courtesy, we also put the amounts for the MTF period. So the next slide. The next slide. This is the priorities of the GGT 2030. I think we've seen these ones quite a lot, but from safety side, we are contributing on the fourth bullet, which is safety, social cohesion, and food security. The next slide. As I said, that we are contributing through the social cohesion and food security, and then the bullets there is some of the activities that we do within the department to achieve this goal, which is our police oversight. We mobilize communication to take charge against crime. We support the implementation of the national action against GBV, and obviously we have traffic law enforcement. The next slide. Through our police oversight, we obviously have JIPs, and then we direct client feedback on police service delivery at station level. There's mobile police stations. I think in the presentation there was a question around, I think it's member Socks when he asked about through the procurement. So within the department we also have the procurement of the mobile police stations to improve police visibility. And then we have annual civilian secretariat conference. This is a plan that we had, obviously due to COVID-19, this one has not materialized, but we're hoping that in the next financial period, or in the current financial period, this is done. And the professionalization and the establishment of the CPF. And I think this has been also responded to when we're doing the questions. Next slide. And mobilize the communities is to strengthen the social movement against crime, is to train all the CPF executive members. And I think while we're talking about the issues of the patrollers, we spoke about that the CPF board has taken over the duty of patrollers. So through that, we also train them to ensure that we capacitate them, and then we also assess their functionality. And then I think in our presentation, when Tsebelitso did the presentation, we spoke about how many CPFs work and then how many do not work. Social crime prevention activities per station, community dialogues on safety matters, develop and implement safety plans for schools at risk, and track and monitor the learners at risk. Next slide. And the support of the implementation of the national. So we're working with DSD to ensure the VECs are functional in all 142 police stations. So with these ones, we even appointed what's called the VECs managers, where they ensure that at each and every police stations, when someone comes and complain, these VECs are functional in each police station. We facilitate the psychosocial support by clients through formal and informal engagements. The rollout of green doors, I think that has been spoken to, and also there was a question around it on whether all the green doors will be rolled out in the current financial period. And through the GPV brigade to collect the information on domestic violence. There's this program that is being run through the department in terms of the brigade, where on we have the brigades that are going on a house-to-house basis, and roll out women and safety forums, strengthen the services and safety of clients at Kaletemba. We have 2 Kaletembas that are functioning currently. There's one in Braamfontein, there's one in Everton. And then through social cluster development, implement, just go down a bit, Kia. Okay, just go to the next slide, it's fine. And then support law enforcement agencies to reduce crime. And then this is capacity building for all police stations through JIPs. And then client feedback. We've spoken about this in the slides before. Deploy safety kiosks in high crime. I think this was also touched on in detail on where this kiosks are. Support to Ukaimula campaign. The Ukaimula campaign is happening, I think, on Thursdays and Saturdays, and then The support is given through our officers, and the MEC attends this operations on a weekly basis. We monitor performance of all law enforcement agencies. We monitor performance of MPDs on reduction on road fatalities, and there's also the issue of the e-policing later on in the presentation. We will also talk about the issue of how much has been given to the department in terms of ensuring that the command center is operational. Next slide. So this is the reduction of the 12% overall on provincial roads. So this is the support of the implementation of the social crime prevention plan, capacitate and train GPT officers, coordinate with MPD to ensure that there's a reduction of road fatalities, especially around the implementation of bylaws, and implement the Gauteng traffic management plan. Next slide. Next slide, yeah. So this is the budget for 21-22. We have a total of 962,280,000, and then also showing how it has been split in terms of the economic classification. And obviously, as I said, for courtesy, I have put through the budget for the next for the MTF period. Next slide. So just for information purposes, our budget was there was budget cuts that were done within the department. So the total of 92 million was a budget cut. No, a total of 99 million. 92 million was for compensation of employees, and then there was non-COE, the fiscal consolidation of 7 million. Next slide. So we have earmarked funds, and then this was some of the questions that were asked for police visibility. Next slide, Kia. We're given a total of 36 million. 5.3 million of that is for mobile police stations. We're going to purchase an additional 45 BMWs in the current financial period. That's going to take 27.3 million, and then those cars must be branded, and then there's also blue lights that must be fitted in those cars. That's going to take 3.4 million, the total of 36 million. Next slide. And then we have e-policing. Next slide. With the e-policing, we have the issue of the provincial operational center, which is the command center. 20 million was given to the department to ensure that that happens. And then we have the tools of trade for 5 million, which is your firearms and uniform. Next slide. And then there was an issue around the appointment of additional officers. This is actually the absorption of the current officers that are on contract. Next slide. The amount that for the prior year, we have absorbed 133 million. For the current year, we are absorbing another 133 million. So 84 million has been budgeted in the current financial period. Next slide. And then we have a gender-based violence. Next slide. This is just a breakdown. There's a 2 million that has been allocated to coordination and leadership. There's 8.1 million for prevention and rebuilding social cohesion. There's justice, safety and protection. 21.2 million has been allocated to that. Next slide. There's 15.5 million on the response, care and support, the VECs and the Ikale chambers that I've been talking about. There's economic power, which is for the upskilling. 10 million has been allocated to that. And there's also research information. 5 million has been allocated to that. The total amount that has been allocated for GPV is 62.8 million. Next slide. Yeah, that is our budget for the 2021 period. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll take questions if there's any. Otherwise, I think we'll continue reading the questions, and then we will answer once that has been done. Thank you.
Yeah, please load the responses. We read question 1. We can then go to question 2. Daxita, please.
Thank you, HOD.
Let's go to question 2 again. We've already read this part. Yes, under program 2, Daxita, please continue.
Thanks, HOD. Thank you, Kia. So under question 2, it says under program 2, policy and research sub-program, there is a discrepancy in terms of target outlined in the APP and the budget vote. The APP indicates that there will be 5 research projects conducted, while the budget vote indicates 6. The budget vote is silent about the number of publications to be produced, while the APP indicates that there will be 4. The committee wants to know which targets the committee should consider for oversight reasons. And secondly, furthermore, the committee wants to know if the department has identified research areas to be explored for the year, considering that the projects will be undertaken in quarters 3 and 4. Our response, the Directorate will undertake 5 research projects in the 2021-22 financial year as per the APP. There is an error in the budget vote. Nevertheless, the Directorate is collaborating with the Civilian Secretariat of Police Service on a special project focusing on murder docket analysis. Secondly, the Directorate has already identified research projects to be undertaken in the current financial year, and project proposals are in the process in quarter 4. Under question 3, under program 2, the department plans to procure 50 policing vehicles and 4 mobile police stations to bolster visible policing in the province. The committee is, however, concerned about the following and requests the department to provide further clarity. Bullet A, policing is a national competency according to Section 206 of the Constitution, and that Section 206(1) makes provision that policing needs and priorities would be made by the MEC responsible for policing in respective provinces. Has the department sought a legal opinion on the legalities of procuring resources for police? Next bullet, during oversight visit to Orange Farms, the committee realized that vehicles distributed to the police station are not marked and they further have no canopy. As a result, the vehicles are parked at the station and are not in use. The committee wants to know if the department has plans to address this matter, and if so, when it will be carried out. This will be important to ensure that these resources are being utilized for the purposes they were procured for and not result in fruitless or wasteful expenditure. Our response, in February 2020, the Premier of Gauteng committed the provincial government to assisting law enforcement as part of ensuring they do their work, helped with state-of-the-art technology. To this end, an amount of 36 million, and in brackets 108 million over the MTF period, has been allocated towards the efficiency and effectiveness of policing, as well as assess the effectiveness of police visibility. In addition, through the baseline study and follow-up study on citizens' perception of safety surveys, the department has established that police visibility is integral to people feeling safe and secure. Hence, the need to provide high-performance fitted with cutting-edge crime-fighting technology. Through its oversight mandate, the department will be monitoring the impact of the deployment of these vehicles on service delivery to communities. The procuring followed PFMA processes and its unconditional donation. Orange Farms has received 7 instead of 8, and they were not used as they were intended, 2 allocated detectives and 5 to Visbar. The station started to utilize them on the 20th of May 2021. 3 buckies were scheduled for blue lights and radio installation from the 24th to the 28th of May 2021, and the other 2 are scheduled for the 31st of May to the 4th of June 2021. The other 2 vehicles allocated to detectives will not be branded. The marking of vehicles and purchasing of canopies is awaiting approval from the Divisional Commissioner Supply Chain Management at National Head Office, as it is not within the mandate of the province. It should be noted, however, that the vehicles are currently operational and used by detectives and visible policing members. Question 4. The department received 551,657,000 for Program 3. The committee requests information regarding the following. In the previous financial year, Public Transport Inspectorate sub-program received 48,617,000 for the main appropriation, and the allocation for 2021-22 financial year is 313,932,000. The committee wants to know what led to such an increase. What activities will the department be undertaking within the sub-program for the year under review? Our response: during the 2021 financial year, most of the contract workers were appointed under the sub-program Public Transport Inspectorate. The contract workers, who by then received stipends, were appointed permanently, who inflated the compensation of employees' budget under sub-program Public Transport Inspectorate. This caused a huge overspending in the public transport budget. For this reason, the 313,932,000 was appropriate to the public transport budget to ensure no overspending for the 2021-2022 budget. Question 5. The committee wants to know what the target for reduction of road fatalities for the current financial year is. Our response: for the current financial year, the target for reduction of road fatalities is 12%. That ends the questions, HOD and Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. We're done with the questions.
Thanks, HOD. Members, those are the answers of the questions which were provided to the department. I'll take hands if there are any clarity-seeking questions on what has been presented to us. If there are no hands, or Member Kanyile.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. There are just a few things I just want to find out from the presentation made and also the response to our questions. Can it just be clarified with the use of the word or phrases mobile police stations versus kiosk? Are these two separate things, or are these words used interchangeably? So that we clear, because sometimes when I read the budget and what is now presented, I seem to think that they are used interchangeably, but let it be clarified so that there's clarity on that. The second one is that the MEC would know that I'm seriously having a lot of interest on how we manage the community safety forums. Over years, it has been reported that the establishment of community safety forums is the responsibility of municipalities. So I just want to understand, besides assessing functionality, what is the other role or intervention that the department can make? Is there any intervention it can make? I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. The question is, what is the purpose of assessing if you can't make interventions? So the question is twofold. It also includes understanding that after you assessed the functionality, what powers do you have if this is the responsibility of municipalities? The third one, Chair, is that I see now we're talking allocating money for women safety forums. Can clarity be given? What is the difference between the women's safety forums and the women as safety promoters? Is there a difference? And if so, what's the difference? Or is it two separate programs? Are they not going to be doing one and the same thing? But yeah, that will be clarified. Yeah, with the introduction of Ukai Mulao, which we all support, and I think it's doing a lot of good work. And you'll understand that it's a coordinated effort of all the police, led by all the law enforcement agencies led by the SAPS. Can I find out what is then the future of what we used to have, and I'm not sure if we still have, something called GLIF. I think it stands for Gauteng Law Enforcement Agency Forum or something like that. Is there such a structure still? Is that structure still existing? Are we still working on it, or it has been collapsed into Kamlao? And then, yeah, the problem is, you know, if you ask a question anticipating that there's a problem, so you don't know what the answer is going to be. Because I wanted to ask if GLIF has been collapsed into Kamlao, does that mean its focus on the programs is also collapsing that way? Because remember, in the way it used to function, it used to also assist in a number of areas. But if it hasn't been collapsed, then it's a different thing. I'll come back to the vehicle MEC. I thank you for the answer earlier. The thing is, there's a phrase used there, and maybe if you can clarify it first. So my understanding is that this is money allocated by Gauteng Provincial Government, not by the department. And that after all the processes have been done and approval has been done, that money then was referred to the department for it to manage it because of visible policing and the things that they can do. And I think I understood you, but if I didn't, you'll correct me. The problem is then you raise, there's a phrase used, is that I don't understand, that's what always confuses me, is that then there's a phrase that says unconditional donation. What does that mean? Because if it said it's money of a government, how does it become that? So maybe if it can be clarified, I'll be able to understand the difference. So I just want to be clear also on these vehicles. I see that given the number of vehicles want to buy, the BMWs want to buy in the current financial year, and the amount we are going to spend, if my calculation is correct, it's about 606,000 Rand each car. Now, I want to be sure, is this a budget for a fully equipped car, or there's still going to be a need to then put the equipment, and if there is the need later, whose responsibility is it? The responsibility of Gauteng, or will it be responsibility of the SAPS? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Kanyile. MEC.
Thank you very much, Comrade. Oh, I nearly said Comrade. Madam Chairperson, for the questions. I'm sure Mdu and CFO and Daxita, because some of the questions that Member Kanyile is asking, they can be better. But I if I have to use that. Maybe let me allow them to respond, and then I'll come in at the end. Thank you. Acting HOD, no Daxita.
Thanks, MEC. Do you want to go first, Daxita, and then I'll take the last one and then MEC. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, MEC. I think the issue of the difference between the kiosk and the mobile police station. The kiosk, but okay. Let me explain the mobile police station. It's what it is. So it's a truck that has got that has been converted at the back. We've put the minimum that is required for a police station, maybe like a desk, some things that may be required. So, for an example, you normally see what's called a satellite police station at certain levels. So it's like something like that, but on a truck where it can be able to move around and go to areas where maybe there's more need for police stations. A kiosk, in the other hand, is an intervention that was done in the, I think, about 2 financial to also increase visibility. But this one was mostly for maybe in high crime areas as well, just for us to increase visibility. So for that one, there are normally no police in the kiosk. We have our patrollers, and then they are linked to a van that's patrolling around. If there's something that has been reported, and then they are able to communicate with the police van. So that's the difference between the two. So they are not used interchangeably. It is both. They are different in their functionality as well. And then I think other questions are mostly on the Women at Safety forums. And then there's a question around the issue of expenditure and the budget. So the issue of unconditional donation. What it means is that the department procures the vehicles, and then you put necessary equipment, your Teta radio, your branding, and everything else that is required for that particular car. And then we take the car, we donate it to SAPS unconditionally. So it means after we have signed the donation, after they have accepted, the department does not have any role to play in that particular car, other than via the oversight on how the car is being used. But there's no more going to be any expenditure on the car. So when the car needs new tires, SAPS is going to have to buy the new tires. When the car needs servicing and it's out of the service plan, SAPS is going to have to pay for that. So that's what it means by the issue of unconditional donation. So I think that was the main question that was asked by the member. If there's anything that I've left out, the member would say, but I'll respond to that. And then all the other questions regarding the Women at Safety and the CPFs, I think Daxita can be able to respond to that. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, Mudu.
Chairperson, it's Daxita. Can I respond to Okaimo Lau and GLIF?
Yes, continue, Daxita.
Yes, respond.
Thank you, Chair and HOD. Can I just say that GLIF was subsumed by the JOCOMs because of the pandemic. However, during our quarterly review session with SAPS in March, and in response to our question about them reviving GLIF and continuing its work, we did get a response that GLIF will be resuscitated, and the first meeting was held on the 18th of May, and they've given subsequent dates for the next GLIF meetings. So we did reiterate to SAPS in that quarterly review session in March that the matters that GLIF deals with, like your bad buildings, bylaw enforcement, all that, because of the lowering of lockdown restrictions, that GLIF forum needs to sit and meet and deal with those matters. So that is my response then to GLIF. In terms of the question around CSFs and whether there's any point in assessing what else can community safety do, I think the CSFs, it is what it is in terms of its establishment and the responsibility of the municipalities. And I do think that community safety does glean from the assessments whether the CSFs are in fact functional or not, and in attendance of those meetings as well, assist in terms of driving the safety agenda there as well. So short of things changing significantly in terms of the establishment, community safety feels that there is some point in assessing, because otherwise it would be we are both referee and player, should we also establish and then assess as well. If I can leave, then in terms of, the women as safety, women safety forums and women as safety promoters, I think I would, if I may then, Chairperson, take the opportunity to perhaps provide a comprehensive response in writing on that particular question, if I may, so that we give, proper information thereon in terms of the two structures. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson Siphoge. So, Chairperson, on the issue around the CSF, I think Member Kanile is correct that municipalities are responsible from one end to another, and we are only responsible for assessment. But Chair, we do not have all of these other things that we do with CSFs as part of our APP or our responsibility, because it's not our responsibility, but we do assist. Sometimes we initiate meetings between the stakeholders. We mobilize stakeholders to come in, and we try and assist where it's possible. But we are obviously avoiding taking responsibility, because in the past we tried to do that. We took responsibility and then we bent our fingers, because we then had to take responsibility of the establishment and also do the assessment. And I think it did not work for the department. We kept on failing on this matter over and over, because we were struggling with the two responsibilities which we were not supposed to be doing at that time. And I think the rest of the colleagues have answered all the other questions. In terms of the mobile police stations and the kiosk, I don't have a Zulu word for it. Kiosk, it's a police station. No, sometimes we told a mall, just to sell that thing, prepaid, or they sell any other thing. A mall, it's there. They just use it to advertise and mobilize communities in that mall. And then the mobile police station, it's a police station on top of a truck that we take to communities where there are challenges. If there are challenges in a particular area or distance between the community is far, that truck will then drive there, and then it will be fully constituted by all the other partners, the police and everyone else will be there in that police station taking. It will have a proper CSC, it will have a small cell, so that community will use it on that day or in that particular period when there's either sometimes when they are unrest, will take it to that particular area. So it will be more a police station, but a police station that will move from time to time depending on the needs of a community. A kiosk is just that small little thing booth that we have all the time. I think private sector uses it most of the time in the promotions of their products. Let me see, I stop here.
Interesting, Chair, that the acting HOD calls it Itroko. Hey, yeah, that's very interesting. Thank you for the explanation.
Okay, thanks. MEC, do you want to add?
No, nothing, Chair. I think the officials have properly responded. And that clarity between a kiosk. Kiosk is this smaller version of a mobile unit, a mobile police station, because the fuller one, it has got cells, it has got an office, it has got even ablution facilities. I'll use that English. But the kiosk is more of a contact point. At least community must be able to have a point whereby they're able to engage and say, we've got these following challenges. And then the VISPOL car, the sector car in that area, does also go to that, because deploy when they are together with them. They will then be able to then always go and check on it if there are any other cases that have been brought to their attention or any matter that requires them to, that needs their urgent attention. So a kiosk is more of a contact point, but a mobile police station is something that you can put in there, you can put the whole day, but the difference, you're able to move it from this point to that point, and it has got more personnel. Currently, kiosk will only deploy the community patrollers in them. That's all that I also felt I must further add on them, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, MEC and the HODs, and for the clarification. Members, we are agreeing that we'll get the response officially in black and white in terms of the difference between Women Safety Forum and Women Safety Promotion. That was a request and we are accepting it, members. If there are no any other clarity seeking questions, we will move to another agenda point. Thanks, MEC, for availing yourself and the acting HOD and the staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Have a wonderful afternoon. Friday, namhlanje, ukamla ihlokomele. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, acting HOD. Okay, members, can we move to, I think we have dealt with number 7, stakeholder submission. Immediately after the PC have presented the stats, that one is done. We are now in resolutions, number 8. Any resolutions?
None, Chairperson.
None. Thank you, Tabile. Can we move members to number 9, NCOP matters?
We don't have any, Chair. However, I don't know if Chair would like to give members feedback on the briefing meeting that we had with the proceedings unit regarding our community safety bill.
Thanks, Tabile. Members, we had a meeting with the NCOP, Winnie, and the other officials with regard to the private bill. We were given the directive in terms of what should we do as the committee. It was agreed that we will request the bill to be submitted by Member Shackleton on the 10th. If possible, I don't know whether we'll finalize it. And we also agreed, it was briefed to us that the NCOP members will be part of the briefing. They'll brief us immediately after Member Shackleton has presented the summary, not the entire bill. And then after that, we will have our stakeholder consultation when we process the bill, the public hearing, and new member, Member Shackleton is a sponsor member. And from there, the bill will be presented with some of the summary, but it will depend on us. How are we going to approach some of the things? That was the briefing which we received. from the NCOP in terms of that bill. Does that members? Member Kanyile?
Chair, thank you. Thank you for that. I just want to find out how did they explain how does this process that we're supposed to undertake link to what CSSL has already done, or those are two separate processes?
They did explain to us, the process members, because I did ask them that so far in the CSSL, the bill is not yet been presented, and we are requested to start with the process. How is that going to be linked with the process of the CSSL? But their request is that it has been long, it's late, we should start the process. Is it clear, Member Kanyile?
I hear you, Chair, but we'll deal with the process as we go.
Okay. Any other question? Member Shackleton, is he here?
Mina ngambuzi ukuthi ngikhona na ngikhona.
Ngiyakubona Chair of Chair. Bangamangali ukuthi wayengithi is a new name, CNC. Ngiyakubona Chair of Chair, do you want to give input?
No, Chairperson, I don't want to give any input.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Member Malobane. Can we move to number 10? Is there any correspondence?
I thought you said Member Shackleton is gonna, because he was going to say something.
Is he? Is he here? Is he here?
Sorry, Chair, I was right. June is in order with me, and I am grateful for the opportunity.
Okay, can we attend any correspondence?
Nothing, Chair.
Nothing. Thanks, Tabile. Number 11, other matters. Is there any matter which the members want to discuss? Is there any matter which the members want to discuss? If there are none, can we move to the date of the next meeting? Maybe I could see that members are tired. Number 12, the date of the next meeting in Tabile?
The next meeting is on the 10th of June, Chairperson, where we will be adopting our committee reports on both the fourth quarterly report as well as the budget report of the department.
Thanks, Tabile. Before we adjourn, members, I think we should wish our committee administrator a speedy recovery. I think everyone is aware that she's not well. I think we should put her in our prayers, that she recover from the illness. God will be with her. I'm requesting that members should send her messages so that she become motivated, that she's not neglected. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you for your patient members. It was a very long meeting. I thought we'll be done by 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Member Maloban. Member Malobane?
Yes, ma.
Yes, don't phone her, man. I tried to phone you using the number which you don't know. Maybe you didn't No, you said that you don't respond. Yesterday, I wanted to check something with you, but I'll phone you again, ma'am.
Okay, I'm ready now. You can call
All right, thanks.
after the meeting. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so Singapore singing.
Yeah, I'm so we have agenda. Phone around